All right, good morning, everybody, and happy Saturday to you all. Hello, Payne. Hello, Tech. Welcome on in. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. Hello, Candace. I see she was here and waiting. Oh, Tech got the first, though. Fucking sweet. We are just about to kick off session number 56 of the Wildlands. We are in the middle of combat right now. I wouldn't really say in the middle of it. It's more like at the tail end of, but pretty damn close to it. So yeah, welcome on in, Moose. So welcome on in, and we're just gonna dive straight into it so we can maximize, capitalize, as us Americans would say, on our time today. We'll be playing till 2 p.m. Eastern, and then we'll be back tonight. Nerdy and I are going to be playing some Battlefront. Obviously, if y'all want to play, you're more than welcome to jump in on it. If not, that's cool too. So, without further ado, let me turn on my desktop audio so you can hear these crazy baboons chattering, and we're going to dive into it, my friends.
True.
Or Gartok coming to eat me.
I am your dad.
I'm not tasty. I'm full of poison and hot air.
All right, that was an interesting thing to turn my volume up to. But that is accurate as fuck. Okay, good morning, everybody. All right, we're going to go ahead and dive straight into it. We were in the throng of combat. Let's go ahead and do a quick recap from last time. So, April 2024, Part 2. So the group sat for some time and discussed their next move. It was decided that they were going to purchase material components prior to starting the main ritual, top up on their potions, and welcome their forces back to the confines of the Grove. Confines makes it sound like prison. I should have said the sanctity of the Grove. Yeah, okay.
I'm not going back.
I ain't going back there, man. The trees! The trees! Afterward, Wynni began her ritual with the help of Falcona. When it began, Lyandrasil welcomed Wynni's conscience into her own and allowed her to see the now raging battlefield through her own eyes. The battle did rage on for what felt like an eternity, but honestly it was mere seconds, when suddenly one of the Cinder Elementals pushed through the barrier protecting Wynni and struck her, causing a minor backlash which translocated everyone around her with great force. This is milestone XP. We have not hit a milestone, so there was no level up.
Liam's books fell down and
Alright,
need
go.
some
I'll
help.
be there in a minute. Go.
Okay.
Sorry. The kids are all, they decided they were all going to hang out in the same room today, and it's only been 4 minutes, and there's already a problem with a bookshelf collapsing, so this is going to be interesting. Fucking kids.
Bad track.
It's alright. They had a kazoo in there this morning, and I was like washing dishes, and I just hear, "Rah! Rah!" and Orion's screaming and thrashing, and I was like, oh god, what have we done?
Me and my sister had this like annoying Barbie flip phone, and every time you push a button, it would sing the exact same song. I'm still scarred today if I hear that song. Played it too many times.
We got to make the remix. All right. So we had so just for reference, we are on. So the ritual required 10 rounds to succeed or to complete. We are at the top of round 8, which is awesome. Awesome for you guys. Not so awesome for the elementals that you guys have essentially been one rounding. So
Not so awesome for my eyesight.
no, and not Bloodmane's not having a great time either. This is definitely these things. If they could just settle the fuck down with the stuns. Okay, so let's see. It is Jury the 30th, which is a Thursday, and we are kicking it off at about 12 noon. I don't think I have any other specific notes. Does anybody have any questions, comments, clarifications?
I have one, and that is just how many rounds into this are we?
I just said that, 8.
Okay, I didn't hear that part. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're at the top of 8. We're at the very, very top of 8. So there's literally 2 rounds until the ritual should succeed.
Okay. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. And what has just happened is that when that Cinder Elemental pushed through and struck Wynni, I did adjudicate the second strike because the first one would have procced the translocation backlash. And what happened was it sent this shockwave out, essentially about 100 feet out around Wynni, and it targeted everyone except Wynni and Falcona, and it dragged you through space and time and threw you violently, everybody, into some other location. Now, a couple of you, like Sybil and Lyundrasil, didn't really take terrible effect. But like Gartok, Ulrich, Bloodmane, you were whipped into the respective barriers, and then one of the Cinder Hulks was thrown clear across the fucking map. He's all the way down. He's really not having a good time.
That's his punishment for hitting Wynni.
Yeah, no shit. I think he was the one who did smack Wynni, and she was like, no.
No, I remember it's him because last time I said, yeah, fuck you, dude.
All right.
Off mic, of course.
Mm-hmm. All right, so just for reference as well, Sybil and Lyundrasil are currently blind. Everybody is under the effect of Beacon of Hope, I believe it was.
Yeah.
And
that was my question. I couldn't remember if I was still concentrating on it or not.
Yes, you are still. You're a boss with your concentration. I remember you had to make a lot of checks, especially considering what your HP looks like right now.
Yeah, keep that shit up.
All right.
What, my HP or the checks?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, let me go ahead and flip some music on. If anybody has any other questions, go ahead and shout them out.
Yeah, I have a clarification I'd like to ask.
Sure.
What did you mean when you say should pass? That's when the thing should work?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's
that's
always...
when it will work.
No. I said what I said. I hope for the best, but I mean, anything could happen. This is a pretty hardcore ritual, so... Now, if Wynni gets hit and doesn't succeed at her concentration check... Whew. All right.
I have a
No pressure.
slight... It's gonna fall under clarification. I apologize in advance for what I'm going to do on my turn because I've spent a week thinking about what Sybil is sensing in this world right now. I am sorry.
I dig it. I'm all about it. Well, maybe I'm all about it. I say I'm all about it, but we'll see what happens.
I'm kind of on your side right now, which makes me feel bad.
I am not all about this.
Fucking poor Bloodmane, too. You know damn well he can still talk and shit, and he's getting whipped into trees and just, like, hits the tree. Oh, what the fuck? Who's fucking... Ah! Alright. Alright. Yeah, I found a new... I'm mixing some soundtracks, and I think the fire elementals are just a little bit loud. They need to be brought down in here. Alright, there we go. Okay, so we are at the top of round 8. Ulrich, the translocation burst goes off, everybody gets thrown violently, and you kind of come to and realize that those creatures are no longer sitting right on top of you. What do you do?
Well, that's good. I'm going to try and move into here, and I'm going to twin cast a 5th level Cure Wounds on Wynni and myself, because I saw she got hit. I don't know how bad it is, but I'd rather just be careful. And I'm a mess on the floor as well, so.
Okay. With Beacon of Hope, what does that give? How much does that heal you guys for?
That would be 44.
Alright, so 44. Everybody takes... Well, you two take 44 healing from that. And what is the twin spell? You said it was a twin spell, so what, that's 2?
5.
Oh, it's 5. It's 1 per level.
Double checking. Yeah, it's been a minute. But
Okay, yeah. Okay, cool. So you, as you get up, you run in, you mutter your incantation as the healing flows out of you and kind of like creates this chain back to yourself. You obviously feel much better, and you look at Wynni, she now looks flawless. All right, anything else, Ulrich?
No, that'll do.
All right, Sybil, what is this?
So Sybil has been just listening to the sounds of the large creatures in front of her that have been attacking her to try and figure out where to dodge. She didn't get thrown by this translocation thing. She hears a large creature in front of her. She's putting 2 and 2 together and getting fish, and I apologize to this dragon. As I step forward and stab blindly at the elemental that I think is in front of me.
Okay, go ahead and make an attack roll with disadvantage. Well, unfortunately for her,
Never
Lyundra's still
wanted so
flying.
badly to miss. Turning off sneak attack because it definitely doesn't apply.
Alright, so, Nat 1. Yeah, you swing and there is nothing but air.
Yep. And then I'm going to do the other thing that I realized that I should be doing, and I'm going to take my bonus action to dodge.
Understood. Okay. Any other actions, or are you good there?
No, she's just listening intently to figure out where she has to adjust to hit a vital point.
Okay. So,
Is this one I get a con check on?
actually, at the end of your turn, because it's until the end of the creature's next turn, which is you, as your turn ends, the blindness fades, and you can see. You notice that Lyundrasil is still flying, and she's about 10 feet above your head. But the wings beating was creating a draft, a hot draft, so it was pretty fucking appropriate. But obviously what you see is what you get now. Uh-oh.
Her expression changes a little bit to a, oh. But she doesn't say anything, she's just ready for the next thing. I can see.
Alright, give me 1 sec. I gotta refresh. My fucking, none of my status icons are showing up. There we go. Okay. Alright, so... that brings us to Bloodmane. Bloodmane, you are still incapacitated, I believe, but your turn ends, so go ahead and give me a second here. I believe it was wisdom. Let me just double check. No, maybe it's not. Was it? It is. It's a wisdom saving throw, please. With advantage, because you are still under the effects of Beacon of Hope. Hey! Holy shit! My man!
Thanks for the bacon.
So...
Taking the whole livers.
yeah, as your turn comes to a conclusion, you finally right yourself, realize that you have completely smashed this tree from being thrown into it, and as you stand, you kind of shake off the effects of the air creature that had been incapacitating you. And then that's gonna bring us to Gartok. Gartok, you are... actually, yeah, you're pretty good as far as statuses are concerned. Now, you were thrown off of a 15-foot ledge, but you were alright.
Am I? Okay, well, I think his first instinct is obviously I can't see past this fence in front of him. And that's where everyone is, so I think he'll go 5, 10 over here. Is it possible to, like, climb up it?
I know I had mentioned it once last time when Sybil was coming through, but as you guys approach this wall, it actually, for you guys, does split open. It is a living wood. It splits open and allows you to pass freely through it.
Cool. And it's 15, 20, 25, 30, and he'll probably just dash up to where he was. 5, 10, 20, 25. And that'll be my turn, because everything else is out of range.
Alright, Wynni. Lyundrasil's turn.
Okay, so Lyundrasil's going to...
Now, she is blind, but I believe she has blind sight.
She does, yeah.
It's better than blind sight, isn't it? It's like
it's-
dragon sight.
Blind sight is all
It's
it
just
says.
blind sight, but it's
Yeah,
like
for
90
the young.
feet.
It's 30 feet.
Oh, well, still.
Still, yeah. And she's up 10 feet. These are 15 feet here, so I think...
No, she's up 15 feet, but 15 feet up would
it's
only have been 10 feet above
Sybil.
Sybil's
Got
head,
it.
give or
So I
take.
can see this mofo.
Oh yeah, that dude's 15 feet, you can see just the top of his head.
Alright, so I think I'm gonna... since I'm flying... 5, 10... I should be able to hit him from here.
Yep.
So I'm gonna try to hit him... I'm gonna do my multi-attack on him. Bite and then claw.
Okay, perfect. Go ahead and give me some attack rolls, please.
Oh, there it goes. Oh, that's a miss. Sure.
Yeah, yep, that's
That was
a
the
nat
bite.
1. So you bite, you snap at him, and he bends his head backwards and out of the way.
A 17 to hit with the claw.
Sorry, give me 1 second here. Now all my audio is not working. I don't know what the fuck's going on today, man.
Yeah, Kat was just having trouble seeing Casey too.
Yeah, they've been kind of bouncing back and forth. All right, 17 does hit. Go ahead. Yeah, okay, so damage is 8 slashing. Perfect, got it. All right, and then was it 1 more claw attack? Was it 2 claws?
Yeah, it's 2 claw attacks.
Okay,
so
then go
one
ahead and
more.
make the attack. Yep, let's go. There we go.
23 to hit.
5. Yeah, absolutely hits. So as it bends back, as its head kind of bends backwards, you sweep down with both claws, and as it's coming up to right itself, you rake it across both sides of the face, digging deep gashes that begin to spill out this like hot, bloody cinder. It is not looking good. This one is really not looking great.
Okay, and that's where I'm going to end my turn.
All right, it is their turn. So this one is going to attack Lyungersil. And it is going to attempt to slam attack you. That's a 14, which is a miss. And then the second attack is a dirty 20, which is a hit.
Yeah.
So Lyungersil, what is... does she have fire resistance or does she have psychic resistance?
Oh, damn it, cold and necrotic.
Cold and necrotic?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so she takes a total, so it's 15 points of bludgeoning damage and 4 points of fire, so that's going to be 19 points of damage total, as it... BAM!
Okie dokie.
Alright. Next is the guy down to the south, so he is way the fuck down there, so that's going to be 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30... He does not get his wave of cinders back. That's sad. I guess he will go ahead and... Oh, he's actually at 40. That's 40. He's going to just dash to get there and kind of surround Lyungersil. He's going to turn towards her now. Also, whoever had the debuff on him... I don't remember if that was Wynni or if that was Sybil. What the hell was the debuff? Can anybody refresh me, please?
Probably desiccating breath.
That's what it was, desiccating breath, and that was until the end of its turn?
Till the end of its next turn, so at the end of this turn.
That is its turn right now. So, okay,
Okay,
the
yep.
desiccating breath is gone now, and its turn has ended. All right, guys, that brings us back to the top of the round. Round 9. Ulrich.
Okie dokie. I'm gonna do a little movie move. How is Sybil looking?
Why don't you just go ahead and give me a medicine check. You don't have to, I mean, this is not something difficult. This is just to give you specifics. 6 is not great, but I will absolutely tell you this. She is past bloodied.
Oh, okay. Well, then let's fix that. We will do a 4th level cure wounds.
All right, beautiful. So Ulrich...
The 38.
38 points. Ulrich, as he screams out his incantation, he invokes the divine spirit of Bahamut, and as the gentle cold claw gently caresses your back, Sybil, you look down and realize that the scorch marks and bubbled flesh that was most of your chest and face has now completely healed to normal.
Way more than doubled my hit points. Thank you.
Like I said, you were not looking great. All right.
But I could look finally.
True. Anything else, Ulrich?
Yep, that's it.
All right. Sybil.
Oh, thank you. And then she's going to go up and past him onto this ladder, and then up here, and then onto the wall. I don't think I'm going to be able to shoot past the dragon there, which is very unfortunate. So I'm going to try and just
So just so you know, this thing over here is technically a 10 by 10 creature. So you could shoot at it. This one might
Okay.
be a little bit more dangerous, but this one is pretty clear cut.
Okay. That one it is then. Let me make sure I'm within 30. Cool. We are going to shoot, hopefully. Well, I'm going to shoot. What the matter is whether or not I'm going to hit.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I can see again.
God damn. Okay, so yeah, that's 5, 10, 15, 20. That's definitely within 30. You definitely have an ally there, which procs the sneak attack. So, you, and this is just regular damage, but that is okay, because it does take all of it. So, Sybil, as you get to the top, you kind of clatter up onto the wall, you pull the arrow back, and as you fire, you see this thing breathing in, and you can kind of see the ashes starting to swell in its mouth, and you send the arrow through its right eye, and as it blasts out the back of its head, the entire thing collapses in on itself into like this little, almost like a dying star, force, and then with a burst, it detonates outwards. So its death burst goes off. I need a Constitution saving throw from Lyundrasil.
Sorry, I thought there were 2. I don't know. I did, but 9 is what I got.
9. Okay. So Lyundrasil, as it explodes outwards, you take 13 points of fire damage. However, the creature vanishes, but it leaves a this cloud of black soot and ash, and kind of like a campfire. It's like just the cinders at the bottom is just kind of writhing up and around it. It does not appear to be animated or sentient. When it exploded, this was just an after effect, and it's lingering there. All right. No other ill effects to Lyundrasil, though. Anything else?
Sybil's just gonna kind of do that, like, half, like, theatrical kind of, like, salute of a bow to this thing, and then, reach for another arrow, and take her bonus action to dodge.
Okay, perfect. Bloodmane.
Okay, did you say that the vegetation wall will open up?
Yes. Yep. As you approach it, you guys can pass freely through it.
Okay, that's 40. And that fire elemental or whatever it is on the other side of that wall.
It is on the other side, yeah. There is a platform right here that it's next to, and you can see the top of its head, and Lyundrasil is in the middle of engaging it, so.
Okie dokie. I will use my action to dash.
Okay, perfect.
And what is this this ball, the sphere thing?
So it is like a large cloud. Think of it kind of like a pyroclastic cloud that would come up and out of a volcano. It's like a bunch of hot ash and cinders just kind of rolling around, and at the bottom you can see the collapsed form of one of these cinder hulks.
Okay. Then I will just move there, and we'll call it good.
All right, Gartok.
Right. So Gartok probably doesn't want to hit this dragon, but there's not much he can do about it. He will move 5, 10 feet over, and he's not Sybil, so he's not even going to try and walk on the wall. So he'll like line up, crouch down, as he does, and I'm going to use a bonus action Fighting Spirit. for 5 temporary HP and advantage on all attacks. And I'm going to shoot the creature 2 times. With Slayer's, the Piercer feat, with a -10 plus 5.
Okay, and you're using a longbow, right?
-5 plus 10. Yes, longbow.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that. All right. All right, give me 1 second, bud.
Hold their ring on.
Oh man, you got really fucking lucky with your sharpshooter feat and ignoring 3/4 cover, because I was like, this thing absolutely has 3/4 cover considering a dragon and a 15-foot wall are protecting it. But you ignore it, which is good, because that was literally the difference between you hitting it and you hitting Lyundrasil. So, you do successfully strike it. With your keen lizard-like eyes, you hone in as Lyundrasil's wings go up as she prepares for another assault. You loose the arrow, and it flies underneath her belly, the fletching of the arrow tickling the underbelly as it flies, striking this thing dead on. So go ahead and give me some damage.
That was
Holy
max
shit.
damage. I like that.
Wow, okay,
I'm
yeah.
glad you didn't hit me.
I'd like to think that one of his chameleon eyes is following Lyundrasil's wings.
Yeah, they're just going in opposite directions. So you fire. It strikes this thing in the head. It kind of like flies back, and as it comes back up, you see it reaching to pull the arrow, which is now lodged in its forehead out, and it is stumbling. I mean, there is like bloody cinders just spouting out of this thing's head.
I'm gonna try again.
Do it.
Same stuff.
We got to that part in Attack of the Clones last night, by the way. Do it. Yeah, that'll do it. The 360 no-scope. Boom.
Yeah, he jumps real quick, completely 180s. 360s, I mean.
All right, 21. Holy shit. So, as you fire the second arrow, you wait for a minute as Lyundrasil's wings come down in the same beat, lifting her body up slightly. You see that the wings kind of create this tunnel, perfect shot, and in between the tunnel, you see this asshole holding the arrow and trying to break it. As you fire the second arrow, you hit the top of its hand, pushing the arrow that was in its head already into the back of its head, and as that happens, its body vanishes from sight from you, Lyundrasil. You see it collapse into that little molten star, or that little molten orb, and then explode outward. I need another Constitution saving throw as its death burst goes off. Well done.
Those rolls were really lucky. I was afraid I was gonna hit the dragon.
Oh, a nat 20. This is a save verse 1 or save verse none. So you take absolutely no ill effect from the second death burst. So, as the entity collapses, it explodes, leaving this kind of this pyroclastic cloud, and that's that. Anything else on your end, Gartok?
I'm done. That's it for me.
All right, Wynni. Or Lyundrasil, I should say.
So she's going to... She's gonna actually... Where's Ulrich? I think she's gonna fly down near Ulrich and land. She's looking
Perfect.
really rough, Ulrich. Yeah. Great. I think I'm
Sorry,
just gonna
she's
hold...
no longer blind.
Thank you. I think I'm just gonna hold her action until something comes in within range for her to hit at this point, because she did not want to collapse on top of Emig.
Okay. And that will end her turn. So that brings us to the Cinder Hulks. The Cinder Hulks, however, are no more. And that brings us to the top of the 10th round. So, give me one moment. Okay, sorry about that. I had a few things I had to set up, and you'll see why. So, let me turn these elementals down. They're getting awfully fucking loud. As the ritual concludes, Wynni's incantation ceases abruptly, and the grove falls still for just a moment. All at once, a torrent of air kicks up in reverse, pulling what remains of the elementals back through their respective portals before slamming shut. A flash of light momentarily blinds everyone as the newly discovered peach-colored sun takes its first taste of the grove. The scent of hundreds of exotic flowers washes over you, flooding your senses and triggering quick and vicious sneezing attacks. You hear a loud pop above you like a bubble whose walls are as thick as a brick. A sudden downdraft erupts from the source of the sound and nearly forces you to the ground. As you all look up... Uh-oh. Is it blank on your guys' end?
No, it's
No,
just blurry
Nope.
for me.
Well, it's going to take a minute to load for sure, but on my end it's all fucked up and blank.
I can
Oh,
see
there we
it.
go. Okay, it's taking a minute to load. This is the first time you've all
Whoa.
seen it. Yeah. There we go. Sorry, this is a very graphic intense map, but once it's loaded, you should be good. Alright, so, as you all look up, a sudden downdraft erupts from the source of the sound and nearly forces you to the ground. As you all look up, 4 creatures that appear to be nothing but swirling clouds, dressed in ornate, magically enchanted plate armor, carrying long, spiked flails, stand back to back, facing outward. They lurch to life and begin their onslaught. So, give me one moment. Okay, why doesn't everybody go ahead and click on their characters? Give me a roll for initiative. Candace, you do not need to do anything for Lyundrasil.
Got it. You may do something for Wynni then.
Yeah, you're Wynni. You wake
Okay,
up.
I'm just making sure. Hold on a second.
I forgot to click. I'm sorry.
Damn you.
I know.
Wait, why is my initiative 0?
Oh, I'm supposed to have.
It didn't add my +4 to my initiative.
Did everybody update their, did everybody get the update for, Beyond 20? Because there was one that came out. I know when I loaded it up this morning, there was a new one, so you might be
Not that
having
I
trouble.
did.
I'm seeing, yeah, nobody's bonuses are going through.
Except ironically mine did. But I didn't click, so.
Alright, so the, give me one sec here. The creatures before you look like this.
cousin?
Sure, try to make friends. All right, I'm gonna go through really quick. So, Ulrich, do you actually have a 15?
It would be a 16 because I
16.
get 1 extra dex.
Sybil, yours is a 19.
Yep.
Bloodmane, what did yours wind up being?
21.
That's crazy. It showed a 13.
Mine should be a 6.
Yours should be a 6.
Yeah. Oh, he has advantage on.
Yeah, there's something happened, I think, over our little break here. Gartok, yours was a
21. 21.
all right. So, the creatures before you. They lurch to life, suddenly, swinging these massive flails. You can see electricity being charged through the flails themselves. Falcona kind of looks to you, Wynni, and as they begin to move forward, she kind of eyes wide, she says, "You did it." And Wynni, as you look down at your hands, they're still bloodied with demon slime and ichor and pieces of the heart that had dissolved in your hand under the effects of the ritual. But now, if you zoom out really far or scroll around the map, you will see this is the new Heart of the Grove in the Feywild.
Oh my gosh.
All right, Bloodmane,
So,
Asa. Actually, that reminds me.
Asa.
Hey, how long does Beacon of Hope last? Is it a minute?
Yeah, so it'll
Okay,
just
so
now end.
it just faded. Yep.
It did its
Alright.
job.
It did. Thank you for that. Alright, I'm gonna pop a bonus action. I'm gonna rage.
Okay.
And I'm going to move in here and attack the guy on the south side on my left.
All right. Okay, 14 does not hit. As you swing at it, your sword hits and it bounces off the plate mail. As you come in for the second strike, a 23 does hit. Okay, so that is going to be. Go ahead and roll some damage for me. All right, 11. All right, so yeah, as you slash into it, the sword pierces the armor, but you don't feel anything physical underneath, though this thing does kind of shudder under the impact that went into its form, whatever that happens to be. So it did take damage.
Alright, and that is my turn.
All right, Gartok.
So seeing as Bloodmane's attacking these guys, Bloodmane is big chief, is strong man. They're my enemy. 5, 10, 15, 20. So Gartok, seeing Bloodmane attack, will immediately go into his stance, and I will bonus action. Let me see if I have spell slots. Yes. Hunter's Mark, this one to the right of Bloodmane.
Okay, got it. Okay, so you cast Hunter's Mark.
Then I will pew pew.
All right. Holy shit.
I got a 19.
Yeah, 31 definitely hits. Go ahead and give me some damage.
I have
Alright.
7 damage.
That was with the Hunter's Mark damage too. Because don't you get an extra D6 for that?
You're right, I just cast it and I forgot about it.
That's alright, I got you. That's all right. Hey, see,
9 damage.
9 is better than 7.
I appreciate it sincerely. This is Bane all over again where I need to remember.
Casts Bane for an entire campaign, remembers twice. That's not true. Towards the end, you got really good. You got so good that you would yell out D4 even when Bane wasn't active.
Yeah.
He's like, oh shit, wait, I'm not concentrating on that. Okay, do you have a second arrow for me? Beautiful, 27 absolutely hits. And the Hunter's Mark only does it one time, correct?
No, Hunter's Mark does it twice. It's Slayer's Prey that does it the first time.
Understood. Okay. So that is going to be for 14.
Yes. And that'll be the end of my turn.
All right. Sybil.
I can see. So there's only one thing I can do.
Bye.
Murder.
And I'm assuming you're drawing your daggers since you had your short bow out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. We're gonna go dagger and stabby.
Give me a second, I'm just looking at its resistances. This is the one creature. With all the planning I did, I forgot to fucking look at all of the stuff that this thing has. Which, to be fair, isn't much.
I mean, all I have is magical piercing, so.
Okay. Alright, so it does hit, and it is going to take full damage. Now, I need to determine the sneak attack situation. Because it does have allies within 5 feet.
Yep, I'm looking for which one it is that.
Yeah, it's because you have 2, right? You have Rakish Audacity, isn't that what it's called? You don't need advantage on the attack roll to use your sneak attack. If you are within 5 feet of it, no other creatures are within 5 feet of it, and you don't have disadvantage, so that does not constitute
No
for
other
sneak
creatures are within 5 feet of you.
attack. No other creatures are attack against it. Okay, so are within 5 feet of it. It is your target. It says it. The word it is the target, meaning the creature. You don't need advantage on the attack roll to use your sneak attack against a creature if you... Oh, I'm sorry. If you are within 5 feet of it. Okay, no other creatures are within 5 feet of you. Got it. And
That's
you
why I went
don't
where I
have
did.
disadvantage on the attack. So you don't have disadvantage on the attack. And then... Just make sure nothing is... See, I wish that they just replaced your regular sneak attack. Don't need to mention it. Okay, perfect. Too many its and yous. So it will take full damage from that. And I'm sorry, you said this was magical piercing, right? And
Yes.
it does... It does take that damage. Okay, give me 1 sec here.
Yeah, I know my sneak attack's weird. That's why I went exactly where I did.
The weird thing is, too, I think that Swashbuckler is one of maybe 2 subclasses that change the way the sneak attack works and the verbiage, and it's like, I wish they would just replace the whole sneak attack thing with a more defined block instead of making you have to jump between the two. I fucking hate it.
Yeah, I've got in my notebook, I have a list of, like, just bullet points of, like, go down the list. It's a flow chart, essentially.
Okay, you want to go ahead and make a second
bonus
attack?
No,
Or are
I
you
want a
doing-
bonus action dodge.
Oh, okay. All right. So you lash out at this thing, you shank it in between one of its plates, and you tear a chunk off. You actually see a piece of chain like fall out of the interior of the plate armor and hit the ground, and then you go into your dodge action.
And just a kind of to herself more than really to this thing. So it's like, it's soft. It's just the orange, just on guard. And that's it.
All right. Ulrich.
I am going to. I'm gonna use a 4th level spell slot to drop a spiritual weapon.
Holy shit, that's a big spiritual weapon. What kind of weapon you want?
Dealer's choice.
All right. Dealer's choice. Let's give you... Is he? Whoa, that's a big spiritual weapon. Hold up.
I mean, I'll take it.
I like that it somehow wasn't hitting any of them. It just was completely between them all.
All right,
I mean,
Ulrich,
that kind of tracks.
you have control of it, so just let me know where you're going to spawn it. Perfect. All right, go ahead and make the attack roll with that. And which one are you attacking? The one engaging Sybil or the one to the north?
The one to the north.
Beautiful.
Spread the love around.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it not rolling now?
If it comes
Not
through in the-
recognize the current open sidebar, but the sidebar is not open. I'm gonna refresh real quick. Let's see if that works.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. Something funky's going on with D&D Beyond, so.
Yeah, not recognizing the currently open sidebar, but there's nothing open.
What are you trying to click? Are you just trying to click the attack roll for a spiritual weapon?
Yeah.
I mean, you can just roll a custom die and just add whatever your spell attack bonus is. I don't really care.
That's what I'm doing now.
Okay, so 8
Oh,
plus
17.
17 does not hit, unfortunately. Almost makes it through, but there's just not enough force behind the spear to actually puncture that armor.
Okie dokie.
All right. Anything else, Ulrich?
That was my bonus action.
Correct.
So as an action, I will... The one that Gartok railed on will hear our ever-famous spells.
Beautiful. And that is a
Wisdom save DC 17.
Wisdom save 17. Okay. Oof. I rolled exactly a 17.
Well, that's it.
So it resists it. Oh, the bells toll, but the wind is louder. Alright. So that is going to bring us to their turn. So, first and foremost, Bloodmane, the one that was engaging you... Or, it wasn't engaging you until you engaged it. So these two gents are going to begin to whip on you with their fucking flails. So let's go ahead and start some rolling. Alright, so the first attack is a 24. Obviously that hits. Actually, what is your fucking armor class now? 16? Okay. Alright, so it is, as it hits you, it's going to use its lightning strike ability. So I need a constitution saving throw. And you're going to take 13... Oh yeah, you save. That's no problem. You save against it, but you do take 13 points of lightning damage as it whips the flail up at you. It hits and it sends this burst of electricity up and into your body. It is then going to use its second attack, and that's a 26 to hit. And that is for 6 points of magical bludgeoning damage. Not reduced, because you take full effect from magic, right? In rage? Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, and then its third attack is a 24. And that is for another 7 points of magical bludgeoning damage from the flail. The guy to the north of you is going to start swinging at you with its flail. First attack is an 18, and it is going to use its lightning strike ability. So go ahead and give me another, holy shit, that was a lot of damage. Go ahead and give me another, Constitution saving throw.
It's +8, by the way.
Oh, it's not adding any of your shit, huh? Everybody, make sure that your beyond 20 is updated, like the actual thing, because again, like I said, mine updated and I'm rolling all of my bonuses into the program, so either way, 16 is a success, so you don't have to worry about that, but you do take 28 points of lightning damage. Okay. That was with its first attack. Second attack is a 24. That is for 9 points of magical bludgeoning. And 19 for 12 points of magical bludgeoning. It's a lot of fucking damage there around.
Looks like there's a bug in Beyond. Try to update it. I think it's already updated, but just in case it's still not working, that might be why.
So it looks like 75 points of damage that round. Okay, that does end its turn. So you guys see these things just, I mean, furious like the wind, start to vortex these fucking flails around, and each of the first strikes lets this explosive burst of lightning off. They do not do it the two strikes afterwards, but the first two definitely do it. Do it. Sybil, your turn.
Second first, same as the stabby first.
Alright, so the first attack. Nope, that's a miss. That's a 9.
Love it.
Second attack. Oh, I rolled a nat 1 on the second attack. Alright, everybody who's rolling, please stop rolling. I'm trying to see things in the log. Okay, and the third strike is only a 10, so all 3 miss you. Man, Bloodmane just had some bad fucking juju. Alright, Wynni. This guy approaches you. And he's gonna start swinging. That is an 18.
Yep.
Alright, need a constitution saving throw as a burst of lightning erupts from the flail's head.
It's a 9.
9 is a failure. So you take 13 points of lightning damage, and you are stunned until the end of its next turn. Fucking pain. I know that's you. I can't even see my chat, but I know that's you. Let's see. There we go. Alright, second attack is a dirty... Oh, you are stunned. Actually, I think it has advantage on you now. Yeah, attacks have advantage. So let me roll that one again. So we had a dirty 20 and still a hit. Okay, so Wynni, you take 6 points of magical bludgeoning.
Okay.
And then it swings at you a third time. And that is a nat 20. So that is 12 points of magical bludgeoning.
Great.
Alright, and its turn ends. Wynni, it is your turn. Being stunned, you are incapacitated and cannot move. Your ability to speak is impaired but not lost. You automatically fail strength and dexterity saving throws, and attacks have advantage. So incapacitated, you cannot take actions or reactions. You can speak, but it is disheveled, as you are essentially like jolting from the electricity.
Okay. So I was only going to speak on my turn anyway, so it worked out. But in common, she's going to say, "Wait, stop." And then in Sylvan, just because she can't speak their language, she's going to say, "Please, sorry, seeking safety."
Oh shit. Whoops.
And that's going to be it for her.
Can you just tell me as the DM, who are you addressing? Because I didn't understand any of that. Like,
So
it just didn't make much sense.
stop was in common. It was
Okay, got
wait,
it.
stop. And then in Sylvan to the guy in front of her, she said, "We're sorry, like, I'm sorry, we're seeking safety."
Understood. Alright. Back to the top. Bloodmane.
I think I'm going to drink my potion of greater healing at this point.
Understood. So you snatch a potion off your belt and you quaff it. Go ahead and roll some dices. 44 plus 4, 12. So a little bit. Not much, but a little bit.
Alright, and that's the action, correct?
Correct.
Oh, that's... No, you know what? Let me just see something real quick here.
He's gonna summon the tentacle. Where's he going?
Yeah, okay, I'm going to use my bonus action to cast the Grasp of the Deep Tentacle.
Just FYI, I already knew what you were gonna do. I had
called it out,
I literally, you were like, actually, hang on, and I said he's gonna summon the tentacle. Where would you like it?
Right in the middle of these fucks.
Beautiful. So, as you drink the potion, you kind of like, you wipe your mouth, and then you throw your hand out, and as you pull upward, you guys see at first kind of like translucent, watery tentacle that takes this really dense, rubbery form begin to lash out and around. Did we determine that it gets to attack on its first round? Or does it say it does?
I believe it does, yeah. I don't think it... Let me double check, but I don't believe it does have a summoning sickness. When you create the tentacle, you
then
can
you
make a
make it.
melee spell. Yep.
Done deal. Go ahead and give me that spell attack and whoever your target is.
Okay. I'll do cold damage to the one attacking me, the southern one,
Understood.
if I hit it.
Oh, you fucking hit it alright. Yeah, and it's gonna take all that damage too. Alright, so the tentacle lashes downward, whoosh, smacks it across the top of the head. It leaves like this welt mark, like it got hit with a sandal by an angry mom, across the top of its helm. Anything else?
No, that's the turn.
Alright, let's bring it over to Gartok.
Alright. Gartok is gonna go over to Wynni, 5, 10, 15. And he sees Bloodmane attack, and Wynni say not to attack. So he's just really confused, and there's like an eye on each of them.
Do you speak Sylvan?
No, but she said in common, stop.
I said in common, stop. Wait,
Oh,
stop.
okay, I understand what his interpretation is now.
So I think his best interest is just to, at the moment, help Wynni. So he's gonna walk up to Wynni and he's gonna cast Protection from Good and Evil.
Okay, excellent. And you have holy water or powdered silver
yes.
and iron?
I have holy water, yes.
Beautiful. So go ahead and mark a charge of holy water off, please, as it does consume it, I believe.
Yes.
Okay, so you walk up to Wynni, you kind of get your holy water out and do your kind of like shamani juju thing. I'm assuming that's what he does, or is it more natural than that?
I think it is more like this kind of draconic prayer to the earth
Understood.
that like his people would do, and he inputs it.
Beautiful. And how does it manifest on her?
I think it's kind of like these scales that I guess very druid-like. It's these like the grass would grow up and kind of form, the ground would grow up and form like these scales around Wynni. But it seems to seek out the attacks of specific creatures and like harden in place.
Beautiful. So, as you do so, the manifestation takes hold. and Wynni is protected from good and evil. But you do feel your concentration. This is a concentration spell, right? It is. So your concentration drops from
And
your
Hunter's Mark, yeah.
Yep. But Wynni does take the effect from protection of good and evil. All right. Anything else, Gartok?
That'll be it for me, sir.
Sybil.
Despite the stop, I'm pretty sure I still got a stab because this thing stabbed at me or tried. So murder.
All right, the 22 absolutely hits. And that is for 7 points of piercing damage. Yep, you have a tentacle and a spiritual weapon right next to it. Those are allied units.
Yes.
Can you not have it with Rakish Audacity? Didn't you say it replaced it?
I can with my base sneak attack, though.
So you get, that's what I'm asking. Does not replace it?
As far as I'm aware, it just adds on.
Okay,
I get
that's
the
fine.
base-
I'm asking you a question. You should know this, so that's why I'm asking. So yes, it does take that?
Yes.
Okay.
Base sneak attack plus add-ons.
Perfect. So yeah, you shank it again in that same location up and underneath the armor, and you actually shift one of its plates loose, and this burst of air and electricity kind of crackles out and underneath, and actually kind of like forms these water droplets that are like electrically charged, and it's starting to create a puddle underneath it now, as if it's bleeding out. Are you going to take a second attack or dodge?
I'm going to move because of the, I swung at it, so I'm not worried about it swinging at me. So I'm going to
Okay.
go backwards because I have a feeling this thing's going to explode, and then I'm going to dodge.
Understood. Okay. All right, that's going to bring us to Ulrich.
How bad does Lander still look?
Oh, way past bloodied. Way fucking past, like last leg. And
right.
Bloodmane's in the same boat.
Crap. Sophie's choice.
Sorry, buddy.
I know Blood Lane longer. I'm gonna drop down there, and I'm gonna spend 1 sorcery point to distance spell a 6th level heal onto Bloodbane.
Okay. 6th level heal, so how much? Oh, that's 70 hit points? Holy shit. So a very audible and loud incantation kind of ripples through the new heart of the grove, and as it does so, you guys see above Bloodmane this platinum sigil of divine runes kind of spins into existence, and this light emanates down, literally like a beam of energy, and as it does so, you see almost every wound on his body completely heal. He's still a little bit damaged, but compared to where he fucking was.
And I'm gonna take another 2 steps back. Tell Landersill, you're next, I got you. And then the spiritual weapon's gonna stab the thingy to the south of it.
Understood. Alright, sorry I was laughing at Kurt. Who the fuck
That's fine.
uses healing potions anymore? Me in very desperate times. Okay, so yeah, that absolutely hit, and that is for 13 force damage. Holy shit, man, you and Sybil are working this bitch over. Everybody else is all like, oh my god, I'm dying!
This is just
Fuck you.
reversal from the last one.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, no shit. It's true. Hey, everybody's got their strengths, right? All right, and it does take all 13 points. That I was gonna just ask if that was cast at the higher level. Okay, making sure. So let's see, that would be.
And then that's it, sorry.
All right, perfect. On to their turn. So I need to roll some things to see if lightning strikes are regained. No. No. No, I rolled 3 2s. Wow, definitely not the number I was fucking looking for, but alright. Okay, so these 2 that are working on Bloodmane are still focused on him because he's the most immediate threat at this point. So what is going to happen as well is that Falcona is actually going to step back, and you guys see her meld into the vegetation of this building here, and she does vanish from sight. Lyundrasil, just passively on her turn, because she is, I mean, she's like really critically hurt. She is going to back up. She is not flying. She's going to back up and take a defensive stance. She is going to dodge at this point. And then the two elementals that are nearest Bloodmane are going to do some work on him. So let me just get some attack rolls in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so that is a 20, 26, 26, 17, 24, 22. So that is 6 hits. Alright, so... Alright, so, as Bloodmane is platinum divine light healed back to full, these two entities, I mean, are literally like whirlwinds, like mini vortices that are just spinning, and these flails are smashing him. You do not see the lightning strikes go off this time, which is great, because that's a fuckload more damage. However, total, between all 6 successful blows, Bloodmane, you take 55 points of magical bludgeoning damage. Which, boy, thank goodness for that fucking heal. And then their turns are over. Wynni, you are being attacked still.
Okay.
Okay, so the first one is a hit. Second is a hit. And I'm just rolling twice on these to make sure that there's no crits. There was no crits, but all 3 did hit.
Okay.
Alright, Wynni, so as this thing continues to pummel you, as you are still shaking from its first electrical blast, you're trying to shake out of it, like getting your words out in Sylvan. Bam! 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 Hits you 3 times for a total of 27 points of magical bludgeoning damage.
That's with disadvantage from... if they're Fey, at least.
What's that?
From protect, is that with disadvantage from?
No. Those were straight rolls because it has advantage on her because she's incapacitated.
Oh right.
So
yeah.
that was all. Yep. And nothing I rolled was below an 18. So.
I tried.
Yeah. Hey,
Thank you.
it is beneficial, but I mean, creatures at this level typically have really high base attack bonuses, just like you guys do. So it's God. Did I say base attack bonus? 2002. Okay.
Your DM is showing.
Yeah, sorry.
That's embarrassing.
Alright, so its turn ends after the onslaught, and the electrical field does fade away from you, Wynni. Just FYI, because it was at the end of its next turn, not yours. Alright, so that ends its turn. This guy over here fucking charges Sybil. Because it's not having any of that bullshit. And no offense to this thing, but it's not very intelligent. Yeah, and dodge is what? It has disadvantage to hit you? Or, okay, it's just disadvantage. Thank you.
Yep, and I get advantage if I have to do dex things, essentially.
Alright, so the first attack, miss. Ooh, fuck, the second attack actually does hit.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and just do an uncanny dodge.
Okay, understood. Go ahead and give me a Constitution saving throw. As it does release its electrical
I so fail.
Ooh, you do fail. Okay, so you're going to take 18 points of electrical damage. However, because you uncanny dodged that, I believe, and that's any damage, right? It's just any damage that you're hit by?
when an attacker that you can see hits you with an attack, you can use your
Yeah.
reaction to have
Yeah,
the
so it's
attack
any.
Okay,
damage.
so we'll call that 9 points of lightning damage. However, you are stunned. To be fair, you did like a lot of fucking damage to that thing in 2 turns.
70-ish points with the dagger.
Yeah,
I think,
yeah,
or
it was a
50, something
shitload.
like that.
All right. So that was its second strike, and now it's going to attack you with the third attack, which it now has advantage on because you are stunned. And it still misses. What a dick. I swear to God, the highest I rolled was a 12. What a pud. All right, guess that's it for him. Hey, Wynni, you're back. Kind of.
Oh, Gartok, you'll hear Winnie let out like a sad sigh, and she'll say, "All right, Gartok, back up and get him." And then she's gonna attack this one in front of her with primal savagery.
Okay. Now you can still attack with the protection up, right? It's sanctuary that you can't attack with.
Correct.
If I'm understanding. Okay.
Yeah.
It's very rare that we get those awesome low tier divine spells going off.
True.
All right. So what are you attacking him with?
Primal savagery. I
Primal-
clicked it, but I don't think I went through. I'm gonna try again.
You don't have to. I can look on the game log. Game log says nope. You're right. It didn't go through on my end.
Let me
Weird.
refresh. It's not doing anything. I'm gonna try it again.
What I ended up doing was just removing and reinstalling the
I think I'm gonna have to. It's doing nothing.
extension.
All right, hold on. It's a +9. I don't want to hold this up, so I'm
Just
just gonna
roll a
go
d20
here.
and add 9.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
So-
Oh, yeah. I
25
mean, yeah,
to
you
hit.
definitely hit it. And this is
It's 3d10.
acid damage, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Magic acid.
Okay. Oh, yeah, it takes all of that. Holy fuck.
All right, I'm gonna uninstall and reinstall this. And I think. Yeah, I think Winnie's she's just gonna hold up here now.
All right. So yeah, as you slash at this thing, the acid spills into the inside of its armor, and you see it dripping out this like the bottom of it, but the bottom of its vortex actually spins it back up and underneath the armor, and then you start to see like this watery gray liquid just start to kind of like pour out as its form starts to shrink ever so slightly.
Winnie does not look happy, for the record.
All right. Back to the top of the round, Bloodmane. He's gonna work.
Okay, I'm going to continue on the guy in front of me.
All right. Oh, 26 absolutely. Uh-oh. He's about to hurt. All right. So you slash at this thing, again, take a huge chunk of its armor and indent it, as well as causing this like almost exhalation, as if somebody got stabbed in the lung. Just this outward burst of air as this thing kind of begins to flail as if it's in pain.
I'm gonna do a test roll really fast.
Okay.
Okay, well, I wasted a 20, but it's working.
All right. Well, thank you for that wasted 20. All right, a 21. Yep, that does hit. All right. So yeah, you slash it again. It is still. It's not quite at a what I would call a bloodied state at this point, but it's definitely being wounded quickly.
Alright, I'm going to use the bonus from the grasp of the deep tentacle.
Okay.
Same guy.
Understood. Yeah, oh yeah, 23 hits. Better than nothing. So the tentacle comes down and slaps this thing, causing a little bit of cold energy to be released before kind of going back up into its attack position. Anything additional?
That is all.
Gartok.
Right. So hearing Winnie say, "All right, fuck it, kill him," is essentially. He's gonna move 5, 10, 15, 20. He's gonna move like there. And the one above Bloodmane that he had before, he's going to crouch down and one final time, because that's all I can use. I'm gonna use Fighting Spirit to give me advantage on every attack.
Okay.
And 5 temporary HP.
All right, understood.
And then I will hit him with Sharpshooter twice, hopefully. Well, I'll try to, I should say.
All right, so you really take an eye up on this bitch and fire your longbow. Both eyes. Do both eyes go forward, like for the first time in Gartok history?
Yeah, so before where I was watching, like, Bloodmane and Wynni, now they just lock onto that guy in particular.
Alright, so that is a... Holy shit. Oh, good, because you rolled a 19. Yep, 26 hits.
Hold on, I have to see if I can get a 20. It was not. It just rolled a flat 6. That was it. No rolling.
It's like, shut up and take your 19, asshole. Alright. Alright, so yeah, you punch straight into the center of this thing's armor. The arrow disappears, but does not leave an exit wound. It gets sucked into the vortex, and you can hear from the inside, like if you were to throw, like, a couple of forks inside of a dryer, it just... Oh,
okay, I thought it absorbed my arrow. I'm gonna need that bag.
Oh, it did absorb the arrow. Yeah, the arrow is inside of that thing, breaking apart, but it's like creating shrapnel inside of its little vortex body.
Good enough, it's doing work.
Alright, go ahead and give me a second attack.
That's crazy, that's another 19.
Christ, man. Go ahead and roll again, see if you crit. Alright, good enough. Go ahead and give me some damage. Alright, so the second arrow pierces the plate, and again, it just literally sounds like you threw a handful of quarters into a dryer on tumble, and it lasts for a few seconds before it really breaks apart, but this thing is officially bloodied.
That'll be it from me.
Alright.
So that's my action, bonus action, and movement, so.
Perfect. Good round. Make sure that you're marking off arrows. Everyone using spells, make sure you're marking off spell slots, potions. Okay, Sybil, you have a verbal action you can utilize. If you want.
She's just gonna try and talk to this thing to keep its attention on her, and not on the very squishy healer next to it. So it's going to be a all in or in, just a really cheap shots like that. That's all you can do? Huh.
What was that?
Thought you had more gusto than that. With, using one of the, 16 words for gust in that.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Okay. It does...
all very, calm. She's almost bored with it, because that would be more infuriating.
There is, almost a moment of pause, and you see the plate helm kind of go... before it begins to wind the flail up again.
Yeah, this is gonna suck so badly, but worth it.
Ulrich.
So he's just gonna politely step around this thing, be like, "Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me," and he's gonna scream, "Stop breaking my friends!" and spend another sorcery point, and this time we'll do a 7th level heal for 80 healing.
On.
Oh, Bloodmane. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, so again, the sky... You guys see the sigil spin into existence, and again, Bloodmane, you feel heat at first, and you're like, God damn! But then all of a sudden it's like, oh, as you look down and literally your wounds just peel away from you, leaving nothing but strong Goliath flesh in its place. Alright,
and
fuckload.
And the spear is gonna come back and on this thing and do some work, hopefully.
All right. $27 does hit. Yeah, roll some damage. Fuck. So that is going to be beautiful. Yeah, so as the spear plunges into the back of it, the force actually sends like air shooting out all of the little chinks in the armor, and this thing shrinks down to size. It is barely capable of keeping itself aloft at this point. All right. That brings us to their turn. Let me roll some dice to see if anybody gets their strike back. No. No. Jesus. Nope. 2 1s, a 3, and a 5.
I like it.
Looking for a 6. All right. So, all right. So Bloodmane, I mean, they're in it to win it on your ass. So they're gonna keep going on you. So bear with me while I'm just gonna do these all at once. Holy shit, that was a nat 1. That one missed. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, so I rolled 2 nat 1s, a 16 and 18, a 25, and a nat 20. So you have 3 hits and a nat 20, but 2 nat 1s. So do with that what you fucking will, I suppose. 1, 2, 3, 4, and a d8. All right, so Bloodmane, you take from the strikes that successfully hit you. Between these two, this is all of their attacks combined. It is, let's see, that's going to be 21, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Only 32 points of magical bludgeoning damage, and that includes the crit. That's because I rolled 2 fucking 1s on the damage dice as well. So you got lucky this turn.
I'll fucking take it, bro.
Yeah, no shit. Especially getting blasted with 2 heals in 2 turns. Like, these guys, they don't fuck around. Alright, Wynni. This thing is still on you like hotcakes. But you are not stunned, which means it does not get advantage. But it does get disadvantage. Oh, wait, actually, hang on. Okay, so it does have disadvantage. You see the vines, the scaly vines, kind of like harden around the areas where the blows are about to hit and create these like almost natural plates that deflect. The first one is a miss. Second attack. Oh my god, I just realized that I can right-click and roll with advantage or disadvantage on my fucking creature cards if I'm in D&D
That's
Beyond.
nice.
That is a really good thing to know. God, that helps.
That
me out.
is,
Awesome.
yep.
Okay, so second one. This one's about to hit you in the head, and a plate forms and boom bounces off. Third strike. And that's an 11. Again, bam! These vines creep up rapidly and form these defensive barriers, and this thing does not strike you. Sybil, in a last-ditch effort to bring you to heal, this thing watching you under it in its guise or in its clutches of electrical damage is going to swing at you 3 times. So the first strike is a nat 20.
I did taunt it.
You did taunt it.
This is deserved.
Second strike is a 26. Third strike is... Ooh, ew, that was not great. God, I rolled a nat 1 and a 7, bringing the total to 14. So the last one actually does not hit you.
Good news is I'm stunned, so I can't react badly with pain.
All right. Holy shit, I can right-click and do crit damage on these things, too. Guys, this is a fucking revelation in dungeon masteneering. Okay, so we're gonna... I hate it. So that's gonna be 21 points of magical bludgeoning damage, and its turn is nil. And as its turn ends, you are no longer electrocuted.
As its turn ends, she just smiles.
If this thing could create worry on its face, you would definitely see that, as it is like, it's actually reaching up with its offhand and trying to put the armor back on, because it's just rapidly falling off of its body. Wynni.
So, again, not real happy about it. Wynni is going to attack this thing in front of her again. Primal Savagery.
Okay.
That 25
absolutely hits. Jesus Christ.
For
That's a lot of
20
fucking
points
damage.
of magic acid damage, yeah. The one was like spinning nonstop and then it landed on 0.
Alright. So you slash at it again, the armor begins to actually, like, you see these big melted, like, burn marks from your slashes, and its interior is exposed, is starting to rapidly die down.
And I know that he got a heal, but I'm going to do a second level healing word on Emig.
Okay, go ahead and mark that off, and roll your hit points. As the
9 points.
As the encouraging words of healing energy emanate from Wynni towards Bloodmane, another burst of healing energy.
And I think that's going to be it for me.
Alright, Bloodmane, back to the top. These people are really keeping you going.
Okay. I'm attacking.
Alright.
Look him up.
Trying. I'm getting hit like 6 times around, man.
Alright, I got a bunch of spell slots with your name on them.
Honestly, better you than anybody in this party.
Sure.
Oh, totally agreed, yeah.
Oh, fuck, yeah, 30 hits. 100%. Whoo. Alright, yeah, it is past bloodied. With that strike, you hit and, I mean, just absolutely eviscerate the armor. But it is still standing. 20 hits. All right.
Alright. And I will use my tentacle attack here.
Okay. Oh yeah, 20 definitely hits. Tentacle comes down and adds a little extra spice. Whew. So 6, so that's gonna be... Alright, this thing is not looking good. As the tentacle hits it, it actually spins the helmet kind of to the side, and this thing has to take a moment to readjust so it can see you appropriately. It is horrifically wounded.
Alright. If I could do more, I would.
You did work on this thing. I mean, you've single-handedly brought this thing down to where it's at. Gartok.
Well, when in Gartok, do what Gartok does, so I am going to keep shooting.
Alright.
I'll, bonus, no, I won't. Actually, no, I will, because that's not concentration. I will bonus action... Slayer's Prey. Not Hunter since Slayer's Prey, the one without the spell slot.
Okay. And that's on the one you've been firing at?
Yes.
Okay, I actually found that I didn't realize we had 2 different, like, reticle icons, and I'm so fucking happy, because I've been looking for years now since, she and Aurora were around, and I was just like, oh, we'll just add the little dot. Man, if I would've just opened my eyes.
We just saw the target.
Fuck you and roll your dice.
This is with sharpshooter.
Okay. Okay. So 17 does not hit.
Second arrow, I guess. It's gonna be a 16 and rolled over to 3.
It was, but it's not.
But it's not.
Okay, yeah, so you fire both arrows. Unfortunately, it's like the Slayer's Prey throws you off, because as you would kind of go into like this weird, almost like pseudo infravision to kind of watch for heat signatures and shit, this thing doesn't emanate that. I mean, there are bursts of hot air, but it's also creating the cold to keep it up, and it's just like watching like a weird violet hurricane. It throws you off for a moment.
Damn, lava lamps really be fucking with me.
Yeah, no shit. All right, anything else?
No, that's it for me.
All right, Sybil, I think it's time to do some work.
I do have a nice target where that armor keeps falling off.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god. Holy shit. Okay, so that is 60... Okay, hold on. That's 63 points of total damage?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, well, yeah, so this thing had 23 hit points.
You done did it, girl.
So Sybil finds that spot in the armor that she had been working, and literally, I mean, part of the plate was already falling down because you'd broken the connection points to it. So you just, like, shove your whole arm up to your elbow into this thing's core, knowing what you know about air-based creatures. Find that center core, and you feel the physical thrust upward, almost as if it was fleshy. And as you twist the dagger, all at once, the armor simply collapses to the ground in a heap, and the wind ceases.
I could not picture a more perfectly dramatically timed anything there. So, yeah. I'm going to move up. So I am now between them and our squishy healer, and take the dodge action.
Beautifully
Dodge
well done.
bonus action.
Understood. Alright, Ulrich.
Well, now that I don't have a thing on my back, that's nice. And I'm gonna burn a second level spell slot for a chromatic orb on the dude what be harassing Wynni.
Flavor?
We are going to do acid.
Well,
Now? I mean, that is what Winnie does.
just finished it, actually. That's why I have so many spell slots.
Alright, go ahead and make your spell attack roll. Or just roll the spell, if it's working.
I don't know why it rolled with advantage. I didn't tell it to.
That's okay. I mean, they both hit regardless, so not a big deal there. Yep, so you spin the gem, and as the acid kind of comes to fruition, you sling the orb of chromatic energy, which takes form as acid, against the backplate of this thing. Give me some damage. Jesus. It is officially bloodied. As the acid splashes against the back of it, it burns a huge fist-sized hole. And now, Sybil, as you see that burn up, you can see the small crystal core in its own, like, sub-vortex inside of this thing's body kind of spinning.
I do in fact see this target, yes.
This is the
And
gem
then
I'm looking for.
Spear's gonna move over and then try and shank that core.
All right. Go ahead and give me some attack roll on that for the spear. 15. A 15 does not hit, unfortunately. It's aiming too small. If it would have thought about the bigger picture, it could have maybe hit it.
Stupid Spear's got a mind of its own.
That's all right. It's doing good work. Anything else?
Nope, that'll do it.
All right. Let me roll some dice here to see if we get our lightning strikes back. Man. Nope. 3, 4, 3. All right. So, at this point, Lyundrasil begins to move. And you guys can all kind of hear, not out loud, it's kind of like it echoes in your minds, this incantation. And as the incantation ceases, you guys see these small crystalline topaz colored gems begin to form along the arms of the 3 creatures that are out here, and she's going to attempt to cast Bane on them. So let me make a... Oh god, what the fuck is Bane? Bane is a charisma saving throw versus 14. Okay. Alright, so... So one of them does resist it, but 2 of them do take effect from the Bane, and you see their arms, what it does is it weighs their arms down very heavily, so they're struggling to pick them up to do things with. That is going to be Lyundrasil's turn. Their turns. The 2 that are on Bloodmane are going to make their attack rolls, so let me get these going, and I will be removing the d4s from them, so just bear with me. Okay, so that's a miss right off the bat. I swear to God, these things hit 4 times out of the 6, and with the D4 brought the 2 hit down 1 below your armor class each time. All 6 fucking attacks missed. So as they are struggling under these gems that have grown up and out of their armor, they do not have the physical strength to successfully strike you, and their turns end. Wynni. The one that is engaged with you is going to continue to attempt to hurt you, but it does have disadvantage. So that is a 9 on the first attack. 10 on the second. And the last one, the low is a 16. So
That's exactly what it is.
that does hit. Yep.
That's alright, I'll take 1.
Alright, hey, out of 9 attacks, only 1
Right.
hitting. I mean, debuffs are debuffs, man. 8 points of magical bludgeoning as the 1 does successfully hit you, but that does end their entire round. Wynni, it is your turn.
Alright, first and foremost, I would like to cast the unicorn totem right here, please.
And the range of that?
30 feet radius.
It's a 30-foot radius.
Yes.
Sphere, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Like it's in her. Yeah, right there.
Right there.
Yep, that way it's getting everybody.
There we go. Now we can see everyone.
Thank you. And then I'm actually going to use my action to cast Cure Wounds on myself so that everybody gets healed for 14 points, including Lyandrasil. And I will cast Cure Wounds on myself. Just at first level.
Okay. So everybody gains, I'm sorry, how much?
14 points of healing for everybody, and Wynni will be getting 23.
All right, so as the unicorn spirit begins to spin around you guys, you see the energy kind of trail off, and as Wynni incants her own Cure Wounds, it ejects healing into all of you as it rapid dashes you all with a... I'm sorry about that.
Lowling, of course, because it's a unicorn.
Of course. And heals everybody for 14 hit points. All right, back to the top. Bloodmane. So 14, unfortunately, does not hit. 27 on the other hand. So that is going to be 30, so it's 29. All right. Yeah, so you smash this thing with the greatsword. It is just like where the other one was when Sybil was one-on-oneing it. It's just, I mean, barely fucking holding on to existence. $19 does hit from the tentacle. Tickly tentacle. It's still alive, but it's really upset. It's just sick of being molested by this tentacle. It's really just like, can you just fucking kill me and stop playing with me?
It's alive, but it's uncomfortable.
Yeah. All right, anything else?
That's all.
All right. Gartok.
Well, I hopefully I'll do more than the tentacle, but it's kind of difficult to live up to that.
Well, compared to your last round, that's true.
Say, especially if I miss two times. So I'm gonna try and shoot him twice.
All right. With sharpshooter or without?
With sharpshooter.
Understood.
It's either all damage or no damage. I refuse anything else.
Such a Gartok mindset.
Was it not 20 and then a 2?
Yeah, the 9 definitely does not hit.
I give up.
And the 14 also does not hit. Yeah, so you're firing arrows just like... arrows are just being slung out of the grove and into the Feywild somewhere. God help you, wherever they land.
I blame the unicorn token. He was ready to shoot, and then all of a sudden, bam! Bright flash of light.
Yeah, and especially with your hunter sense, or your Slayer's Prey up, like the infravision is just like, stop with all the lights, what the fuck?
His eyes are in like 20 spots at once.
Yeah, no joke. Okay, that is gonna bring us to Sybil.
Oh, look, this one also has a weak spot. Stab.
Alright. That's the one to the south.
Yes. It's the only one I can reach. Is that gonna send over? I missed anyway.
Yeah, 13, it did send over. 13 does miss.
It's okay. I have a second stab.
See, all the damage has been done to the front of it. The back of it's still in good shape. The front of it looks like a fucking cheese grater, though.
You're right. I bet I can punch a hole from the back to the front, though. I cannot. I lied.
It's like working a can opener. You've given up and started beating the side of the can, and you're just like, well, fucking open up!
She just looks down and just switches the hands the daggers are in with their identical blades. Now we're ready.
All right. That's gonna bring us to Ulrich.
All right, that guy's been played with enough. So can you go ahead and hopefully fail a wisdom saving throw for Toll the Dead on it?
Which one? The one that's in front of Bloodmane?
Yeah, the one that's been tentacle.
One.
Yeah, the uncomfortable one. I'm
The
gonna
uncomfortable one.
do it a mercy.
Yeah, I rolled a 5, so it definitely failed that shit. It rolled less than a 5,
Voluntarily
actually. It rolled. Hang on. It rolled solo because it's got D4. It rolled a 3.
The tentacle is tickling under its chin, and it's like, ah.
It can't even lift its arm to swipe it away. It takes all of that damage, and it is still just barely holding on. But as the gong goes off, you see the some of the weird, like electrified liquid dripping out of it becomes kind of brackish.
All right, and then we're gonna have the stabby stab from the speary spear.
Understood. Yeah, it fucking hits. Holy shit. It's gonna be 36. All right, so yeah, the spear punches through, creating a little bit of a wider gap now, exposing that backside, and kind of taking aim at the crystal that's kind of floating inside of it. Anything else, Ulrich?
Nope, that'll be it.
All right, let's roll some d6s. That's a 1. That's a 2. Wow, I've had 4 of these things on the field, and I just cannot get another lightning strike off on them. Okay, well. Bloodmane. They're gonna try. Nat 1.
D4.
So the only time I'm rolling a d4 is if it's even possible for maxed out it to go underneath. Unfortunately, it did hit you 5 out of the 6 times, and 1 was a nat 20. Yeah, so that was 20, 22, 21, 27, 21. Actually, hang on. What's your AC? 16. Okay, it is 16. That's what I thought. All right, so let me roll some dice here. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, so 9 plus 9 plus 8 plus 6 plus 12 is... So that is total, between the 5 strikes that actually managed to land, 44 points of magical bludgeoning damage. In a very clear last-ditch effort, they struggle through the gems, getting themselves kind of righted, sloshing off the necrosis and the uncomfortable tentacle tickles. They do come through and manage to land some blows. The one up by Wynni, gonna attack you with disadvantage because of your thing. That is... Oof. Oh, actually, that's a 16.
That hits.
18.
That hits.
And a 9. So 2 hits. And that is going to be for a total of 13 points of magical bludgeoning damage. All right, Wynni.
All right.
In it to Wynni it.
Wah, wah. I think I'm gonna do a 4th level healing word on Emig, which will give everybody 14 points of healing. Emig, you'll get a total of... That's a lot of ones. You'll get a total of 24 points of healing.
Still not bad.
And everybody else gets 14.
All right, so another burst of healing and a word of encouragement to Bloodmane from Wynni as the unicorn then zips across and around the field, healing everybody, including Lyundrasil, who is no longer bloodied at this point, by the way. Yeah, everybody's looking pretty good.
She is actually why I bought the unicorn. So I love you guys, but it was all for Lyundrasil. And then for my... Excuse me. For my action, I'll do same thing, Primal Savagery.
Understood.
Is the 16 to hit?
16 does not hit.
Oh, whoops, ignore that.
All right. Back to the top. Bloodmane. A new blade. All right, so yeah, the 26 absolutely hits. And as you strike down the final blow on this beast, you manage to finally separate the two pieces of plate that were connected in the middle. And as the Vorpal sword carries through, you feel a little bit of resistance in the center. There's a small flash of light and the sound of a cracking crystal. And all at once, the armor, very unceremoniously, collapses to the ground and the wind ceases.
Cool. I'm going to use my bonus action from Great Weapon Master follow through and use that attack on this guy and then follow it up with the second attack.
Understood. Lay it on. Lay it on him. It. 23 does hit. All right, it is not looking good. It is struggling. Third attack. 19 does hit. All right, it is now in the place where the other one was. Not before, or not after its death, but just before its death, as it is very, very desperately trying to hang on. But it is still active.
Okay, and since I used my bonus attack on that, or my bonus action, the tentacle does not get to do anything. So it's going to hang out and look gross.
All right, and it is doing that beautifully.
It does look a little sad, but still gross.
It's a little sad. It was definitely looking. It was like tickle, and Bloodmane's like, no tickle. Gartok. Ooh, I do not like the voice I gave that thing.
Well, first verse same as the second verse same as the first is what I should be saying. So I'm just gonna keep trying to hit him. Emphasis on trying, because I've not been successful. This is with sharpshooter.
Okay. 15 does not hit. Make sure you're marking off all these arrows. A 19 does hit. Do some work.
Yay!
Hey, that's not bad. Oh, yep. All right, so yeah, the arrow, I mean, just punches it through this thing, out the backside of it, and the arrow just keeps sailing. But you absolutely, there's like air just like screaming out of it, and it is.
Oh, actually, I have a D6.
Oh, you do have a D6. Lay it on me. Son of a bitch, with 6 hit points left, and that's all you needed. Good thing you remembered your ability, because I wasn't gonna. Yeah, so with that, you fire, you were just looking for that spot, and finally Bloodmane can opener that thing just enough for you to see the crystal, and with your sharpshooter eyes kind of honed in and used to the lights now, you hit the crystal, it shatters, and all at once the plates just collapse to the ground in a heap, and the wind is no more.
Awesome. And then bonus action, I will move my Slayer's Prey over to new friendo.
Beautiful.
And I will move 5, 10, 15 over there.
Excellent. Sybil. The tentacle looks gross as fuck. Way grosser than you remember it about 6 seconds ago.
Sad and grosser.
Yeah, so we're just gonna go over there. Looks at Tentacle and just like turns to just very calmly like, nope. We're gonna go over here to stab. Actually we're going to go right here so we can, murder. And thus we try. We know where the crystal is.
Oh yeah.
But do the dice.
Okay, so the 15 does not hit.
Well, fine. 16.
And the 16 also does not hit, as its plate armor absorbs both of the slashes.
I'm pretty sure I did like 13, 14, 15, 16. So next time.
We're getting closer.
Next time I got a chance.
You're saying there's a chance.
A little closer.
All right.
And she's just going to, why don't you swing at someone your own type? Trying to attract get this thing off of Wynni a little bit. Again, in Orin, just very calm.
Okay. Ulrich.
Now this one can go ahead and also fail a DC 17 Wisdom saving throw, if you don't mind.
Yeah, wisdom saving throws are not their forte. I rolled a 10.
There we go.
Yeah, so it's still standing, but as the gong goes off, you see, I mean, there is a stream and an active puddle of dark, brackish, rot-smelling water materializing underneath this thing, and it's pouring out from under its armor as its form is being completely destroyed.
Huh, made him wet himself. Alright, we'll go with the spiritual weapon then.
Alright, go ahead and give me an attack roll.
Womp.
Yeah, 16 unfortunately does not hit. Alright.
That'll do it.
Okay, so it is its turn. What is possibly its last turn. It rolls a 3 like a bitch for its lightning strike. And then it will continue to swing on Wynni, as unfortunately its intelligence is not very good.
Sorry, I tried.
And that's a nat 1 with the disadvantage. That is a 14 with the disadvantage. And that is a 12 with the disadvantage. So it wastes its turn. Wynni, it's your turn. The protection from good and evil has really just been a blessing.
It truly has.
Just took a round to get going.
So I think, yeah, when he's going to try to, I'm gonna cure wounds, Sybil, so that everybody gets a heal again.
Okay, so everybody gets 14 hit points healed, and Sybil gets...
Sybil gets 21.
Beautiful. So the burst of healing energy goes off. That was just with a cure wound, so...
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Anything else?
Nope.
All
That's
right.
gonna be it.
Back to the top. Big man. Big man with the big plan.
Okay.
Oh, fuck yeah. And it only had 11 hit points left. So, with the final slash, Bloodmane charges this thing, and with his great sword raised high, slices downward, eviscerating the armor from the right pauldron all the way down through the hip plate on its left side. And as it passes through the center, you guys hear an audible cling, this crack of crystalline, and the armor collapses to the ground. And all at once, the air around you grows suspiciously still, and we are effectively out of combat. So, guys, it is noon pretty much literally on the fucking dot. So what we're going to do is we will pick up immediately after this combat. If there's extra stuff that you guys want to do, like the healing and stuff, we'll consider the Unicorn Spirit active for that moment. But for right now, why don't we go ahead and take 10-15 minute break. I know I have to go potty, and then we will reconvene and see what the hell happens.
I had literally sent Candace the...
And that's what I was gonna do too.
I sent Candace the monster saying potty, like potty dance gift.
Yeah.
Like, we need to break.
Yep, that was the sign that everybody needed to take a tinkle. All right, guys, we'll be back in just 10-15. And to those
Rockets
of you,
literally like come up, looked out in the office, then ran away. looked up in the office, ran away. He keeps like, "You ready? Can we go now? Can we
Yeah,
go?"
he's like, come on, man, it's been 2 fucking hours. Let's go.
It's been more like 3 because I walked him an hour before we started.
Fair enough. All right, anybody who's hanging out and watching in stream right now, thank you guys for being with us. We're going to take a 10 to 15 minute break just to get ourselves situated and to have a bio and grab a snack. And then we'll be back for 2 more hours and we'll kind of see what happens here. It looks like these guys have succeeded. I will go ahead, if just in case you guys are interested in seeing at least a bit of the new Grove. Uh-oh, what's wrong, buddy? I hear Orion. He's really sad. You don't want to see me? That's fine. You don't have to see me. Hi.
Hi. What are you doing? Hello.
All right, guys. We'll be back in just a few. All right. I am back, friends. We are just waiting on the rest of the crew here. Take a look and see who's hanging out. We got Payne. Let's see. Got Tech, Tinker, Payne, Lucy, Bay. Bay, how you doing, bud? How you feeling? Hopefully better than you were a couple days ago. Not a whole lot else. Just a lot of fucking bots. Oh, we got Torin here too. What's up, buddy? How you doing? All right. Just wait on the rest of the group here. This is the new Druid's Grove, the new heart of the Grove, by the way. Lots of space, lots of things to do here. Don't mind me while I eat my cashews.
Thank you.
Yeah, I brought more nuts up because I was just like, I'm fucking hungry.
Yeah. My idea. My hungry.
Man, that got dicey there for a second. But I do like seeing you guys at much higher levels now in this, like, quote-unquote heroic bracket and just watching you all play off of each other's shit. Like,
That's why it kills me on, or not kills me, I love it on Sundays. You guys do that shit all the time and you're nowhere near the level we're at right now. It's very impressive.
No, yeah, on Sundays our teamwork is impeccable.
It's insane.
Crazy.
it gets weird sometimes. I mean, the way that we
You
combo
mean like Fire
spells.
Blender?
Yeah, I swear to God, I was just thinking Fire Blender, and utilizing grappling and literally flying, animating things, whatever the fuck Min's got going on. Murder
Playing with their
mittens.
food.
No, I just mean the
I-
disadvantage thing that she's got. I'm not sure what that
Oh, that
is.
yeah, the defense, yeah.
Oh, is that what it is?
She kind of like blocks an attack for people.
Yep. So essentially, she can use her reaction to impose disadvantage on an enemy she's near attacking a friend, or attacking someone that's not her.
That's awesome.
I'm still not sold on Murder Mittens as a superhero name, but
I think it fits.
what's
mean-
even funnier is Murder Mittens shortens to Min.
That's true.
Oh shit. I like it. I still don't know if it's right for her, but I like it.
Just like machine shortens to Min, which I didn't realize until afterwards. But I'm absolutely sold on Silver Shadow, though. Like,
I like it a lot. All right, guys. We are back. So, the final armor collapses in front of Bloodmane, Sybil, and Wynni, and there is a sudden sense of peace and an overwhelming sensation of tranquility that begins to wash over you. The environment here is not like what you have experienced or witnessed before. Those of you, Wynni, this place is familiar to you as you have seen the other side, though you have not been to the other side. You guys have never been to the Feywild, have you? I don't think you guys have officially been to the Feywild, right? Not in this campaign.
Not in this campaign.
Okay, but Wynni, when you transcend your senses with druid spores, you get a glimpse into the Feywild. You can see the fantastical colors, the different wild things kind of growing. Everything here looks very much like the prime material. It's just a little bit on the outlandish side, i.e. these giant fucking mushrooms that are sprouted up that are in the middle of the day already still bioluminescent. They are actively glowing fungi even though it is daylight out. Everything you see here on the interior of this place is what you get. There are massive patches of vegetables and fruits. Down here is cactus and yucca that is growing, which doesn't make any sense because this is a very temperate location. That's typically an arid thing. The mushrooms are hanging on everything around you. The sky itself is almost like a mixture of like pink, orange, and red hues that are just kind of softly mixing with each other. There is an active sun in the sky, and it does give off a warmth down upon you. So yeah, everything around you is totally different, but very home feeling at the same time. Just so you guys know, just for our reference points here, this place right here kind of takes the place of the interior meeting place that you guys had. This is your quarters. And if you zoom in real close, you can see that there is a map of the world right here. Yeah. So that's that. The quarters up to the north, I don't know how far zoomed out you are, but the quarters way up to the north that have all the beds in them, that is for enlisted, or officers and non-commissioned officers from your guys' military forces. This is so that you've got easy access to get them and to get people mustered. The grove itself in this form has not progressed to the next tier, but there is enough space for everybody to exist comfortably. Down here is kind of like a little meeting hall. Down here is obviously training. There is an active forge here for gear. It's not over the top. It's not a citadel by any means, but it's definitely comfortable and your new home. So as you finish this combat, Gartok, from behind, literally behind you against the wall, you feel a presence kind of shift. And then Falcona steps out of the vegetation and says, "Excuse me," and begins to walk towards Wynni. Wynni, she approaches you and she's just kind of has her hands out and she kind of takes your hands in hers and she brings them close to her heart and she says, "Congratulations, Archdruid. I had no fear that you would be able to do it. And I'm very pleased with what you've done."
I think since Winnie went straight from casting the ritual into fighting, that would be catching up to her at this point. She would reach out and, if Falcona would allow it, like embrace her hands and just thank you for all of your help. And I want to take a second and sense, does it feel like all of the life forms that should have came over and they're in the grove?
Yeah, so you send your senses out and into the grove, and you do feel every presence that you would normally have felt is here, including all of your guys' military forces.
I can't believe we did it. Okay.
I, um, I have a couple of things that I need to attend to, but if you should need me, for any purpose, there's a couple of pops, as the summoned entities kind of fizzle out, and you see Wynni, your protection spell kind of fade away. There are a few things I need to attend to near the gate. I just want to make sure that everything there is set and ready for your translocation purposes when it's time. So if you'll excuse me, I'll leave you to your devices. I'm going to utilize Lyundrasil in this matter. And as she turns, she almost steps over, or steps into and trips over the plate that's on the ground. She goes, oh. She kind of kicks one of the plates over, and underneath, you see a couple of things, and this is kind of scattered generally around the piles of armor. But there is definitely a couple of scroll tubes. There is what appears to be a closed quiver of arrows, and then there is on what she was just almost tripping over. You guys see a weird-looking pair of very fancy leather boots with gold trim that have what you swear are some sort of white, either eagle or hawk wings off the bottom of them. That is what you see. She says,
Okay.
I'm sorry, excuse me. She's like says to the boots and then moves to Lyundrasil. And her and Lyundrasil begin kind of gesturing to each other, but not a word is said between the two of them.
I forgot when we first came back. Before the unicorn faded, I wanted to do one more healing spell just to kind of get everybody when you said Lyundrasil, it reminded me. So I would have done probably just another cure wounds on Sybil, and then everybody would get 14 points of healing, and Sybil will get.
I was going to say 3 of the 4 of you, I think, are at 100%. So.
Okay, good. Yeah, so Sybil, that'll be another 23 for Sybil.
And then everybody else will get 14 if you need
14,
it.
yep.
And Lyandra still looks great.
Good.
Not perfect, but she looks great.
Yeah, that was my concern primarily. I know where she was before I handed her over. And then yeah, I think when you would kind of stop and just take a look around at the new-ish grove, the new form of the grove, and then look at the boots and stuff, and I guess pick it up and look at Emig because he has the bag of holding.
Emig, he's gone.
Thinking about...
Like, as he finished the killing blow, he stopped and then started to walk away.
Okay. Thinking about last time I couldn't find him, I'm gonna go check where the food is. Or usually is.
I'm assuming that's where Emig was going. Yeah. So yeah, you find Emig. Can you get through there or no? I just want to make sure that there's not a barrier in place that I have that's all fucked up. Okay, good. Beautiful. So yeah, as you round the corner, Emig is standing. There is an archway there, and the archway is kind of like there's vines hanging in front of it. But as Emig's presence has approached it, they have split open, revealing the interior, which is what you guys see now, with a table set for 7. Food, abundance of food, lots of fish, like freshly steamed vegetables, breads, butters, cheeses. I mean, it's pretty fucking bougie compared to the old, like, teepee-looking hut that you guys were in before.
Yeah, so, when she walks in, she'll... Or is he in there, or is he just standing outside the...
He's standing in the doorway, just standing there.
Emig, are you good?
Without looking back at you in giant. War fiskenina mina, Winfina. Where is my fifth?
She, like, looks around and looks at him like, are you...
You gotta speak up. We can't hear you. You gotta pull that mic closer.
She looks
I
at
hate
him
this
like...
place.
Well, that is unfortunate.
Here's your bag.
Our bag, but she'll take it and then put the crap in there that she just picked up off the ground.
So you picked up everything?
Yeah.
Okay. Is anybody else doing anything while Wynni is gathering all of the stuff that it was lying there? Without saying anything to anybody else?
Well, I grabbed. Okay, well.
I just want to make sure, because that's what you did. I just asked for that, and you said yes. So I just want to make sure nobody else is going to go, what the fuck are you doing?
I'll look at it and be like, if you want me to look at the scrolls, I can see what they are.
Yeah, that's fine. With Emig, I'm sorry that you hate it here. We'll get back soon. She just kind of walks away. And then at that point, that's when I would start gathering stuff. So if Ulrich wants to look at the scrolls, she's not stopping anybody. It's just her job to pick all this shit up.
Sybil, after the fight, is conveniently to a wall. She's going to kind of do a scan, make sure that everyone's okay in one piece. Her eyes are going to linger on the boots with the pretty wings, because she's like, I don't know what that is, but that looks so cool.
Greedy ass magic.
That's her expression briefly, but mostly it's just is everyone accounted for? Is everyone in okay shape? I don't have medical training, but I know if a limb's falling off.
Actually,
like, it's that kind of thing.
So, as you kind of like glance around at the rest of the group, you are the only one who's got a scratch on.
I no longer have a scratch.
I'm sorry, not
several...
you. Not you,
yeah.
Sorry, wrong character, Wynni. But it's literally like a tiny cut across her cheek. Like, everybody else is literally 100% health. You guys bounced the fuck back from that fight.
I think Gartog would kind of just be, like, staring at the quiver. But obviously, he was told to ask to eat things, but he's not sure if he should pick things up as well, because that's normally what Wynni does.
Yeah, so the fletching that you can see too, like sticking out of the top of the quiver, it looks like there's probably more than likely 20 or so arrows in there, but the fletching is made from golden feathers that each piece of the fletching has a single blue rune drawn onto them, and they are actively glowing.
Yeah, Winnie's not hogging treasure, for the record. I got stuck with the bag of holding for this campaign too, so if you guys want to pick something up, pick it up. Never been my thing.
Yeah, I know, but Gartog's normally seen you, like, pick it up and then divvy it out. to
Yeah,
anyone who
so
asks, so
seeing the quiver, she'd be like, Gartok, is this something you could use?
he'll probably, like, nod and probably ask Ulrich, who's, like, looking at the scrolls. What do... Can help?
Yeah, I'll try and take a look at them, but I'm not really the best at this kind of thing.
Okay. Go ahead with the scrolls.
I memorized explosive runes. Ah, shoot. Boom.
If you say these words out loud, you're like, ah, fuck.
Okay. So, as you go through the scrolls, Ulrich, the first two you absolutely recognize. There's actually there's two scroll tubes. You pull one open and there's two scrolls in it, and as you shift them apart, you realize they're identical. It's two scrolls of lightning bolt. The third tube You pop that open, and as you look at the ruins, you have no fucking idea. You can't even read it. It's literally chicken scratch. As far as the arrows are concerned, go ahead and give me an Arcana check.
I'm a guide myself.
Okay.
Is it possible I guess I'm not helping with the magic part, but I guess with the arrow construction kind of help if you know.
It's
figure
not
out
gonna
what part of
help.
the- Okay.
I was gonna say, I mean, I would give it to you, but are you proficient in Arcana?
No.
Okay, so yeah, you look at the arrows. I mean, they're definitely fancy arrows, and they have gold feathers and for the fletching, and there is an actively glowing rune on every single feather, but you have no fucking idea what they are. For the boots, go ahead and give me another check, another Arcana check.
Again, gonna guide myself for it.
Understood.
That one could be better.
You rolled athletics.
You're right, I did. It's the same exact thing.
Okay, we'll take the 15 then. Sure. You do a fucking backflip and go, by gods, I know what these are! So
I love
16
that.
total. So, you don't know what they are. You don't know how they work, but you are positive they're magic. As when you turn them upside down, there is I mean, literally, the bottom of them is completely etched out in golden runes, which are glowing. And as you kind of run your hands down along them, you see the feathers and the wings begin to flap ever so slightly. So they're definitely magical, but you don't know what the fuck they are. But you have
Yeah.
successfully identified 2 scrolls of lightning bolt. Whoever is taking those, please note that now.
We'll have to probably bring the arrows and the boots to our good friend Berdicio, but I can't read this one scroll. Winnie, you got any idea? And I'll show her the other one.
I mean, I'll take a look at it.
Okay.
Can't Emig read almost anything now?
So Wynni opens the scroll, and Wynni, it is written in Druidic, which is why he could not read it. This is a scroll, a 5th level scroll of Maelstrom. So Maelstrom is essentially a conjuration spell. It summons a 5-foot deep mass of water that swells out into a 30-foot radius and pulls entities into the center of it and batters the absolute shit out of them over the course of about a minute. But you can add that to your inventory if you are taking it. It
Yep,
is
I'll
written in
take that one.
Druidic. You see no subtext in there that any other class could use this.
Okay, yeah, so I'll take that one. This is a scroll of Maelstrom. Actually, this is one I can use.
Good. Nice. I'm gonna. Anybody mind if I take the 2 lightning bolt and put them in my scroll tube for use?
Me.
Sounds like a good idea.
Protocol nod.
You do mind? Okay, I won't do it.
Can have.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
You looked
My-
very scared when you said that.
My favorite spell.
Scroll of Maelstrom?
I assure you, I have no idea what that does. It sounds horrific, though, in a impressive archdruid way.
We're gonna find out at some point, I'm sure.
Protocol will point down to the arrows. Can. Roll the
Yes.
quiver.
Yeah, she'll nod.
We'll pick that up. I'm just gonna
So-
mark an empty quiver as fancy quiver.
Sure.
How many arrows are in it, if there is any?
There are 20. Okay, what do you guys do?
That's going into the other quiver, by the way.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, you can plug them into the other quiver.
So let's find out about the quiver and the boots. We should just go check on everybody anyway. Depending on what these things do, we'll make sure that they go to the appropriate person, and then I guess we need to start figuring out what's next. I think we need to get Emig in touch with his family. So I guess I will head over. I'm going to try to sense for where Rodicio Timbers is.
Okay, give me one sec. So Berdicio is actually hanging out in here with Bloodmane. He was kind of set up in this little corner here. So you sense that he is in this kind of centralized little meeting area.
Okay, yeah, so I'll head over that way and take note of Emig there as well.
Rotok will wave to Amic when he pops in.
Okay, so you guys enter. Bloodmane, I'm assuming that you're just... Are you doing anything in particular at this point, Bloodmane, or just kind of taking in the...
He's taken in quite enough of this place. He's reading his book.
Understood. So you walk in, and in a very... Because these are like small desks, essentially. And like the front up here, it's got like a big... It's like a large... it's like a large overhead kind of cloth draped... canopy, and then there's like a lectern underneath it, and then like some bookshelves and stuff. This looks like a place where people would lecture. And then these are like desks kind of laid out, small desks, and there are pillars that raise all the way up to the ceiling near the desks that are kind of around the outside of it. And he's sat in one of them, or near one of them, reading. And Brodicio's kind of, he's not near the chair or the actual desk portion. He's leaning up against the pillar. But you guys come in, and Rodicio kind of waves. Hello, my friends.
Hi, Berdicio. I'm glad to see you made it.
Wait a minute. Was there actually a doubt that I wasn't going to make it?
No, there was a doubt that I wasn't going to make it, but everybody did.
Oh, okay. Better you than me.
We have a couple of things that we need to get identified, just to see how we can use them before moving on. And she'll kind of step aside and let Gartok and... Well, I guess I have the boots right now. Sybil, did you pick them up or just eyeball them?
Nope, I have not moved from my spot since we teleported.
Okay, yeah. So I carried them in, and I'll put those down on the table, and then Gartok, she'll motion to you.
Oh.
Rotok will reach over to the quiver of Alona and pull out another quiver of arrows.
Wow. Let me see here. Well, I could perform... do you know, are they magical, or are they worth actually expending Identify spell on?
Rotok will shrug.
Hold on. And I will use my Firbolg ability to detect magic.
Okay, so you kind of focus inward, and your eyes kind of shift suddenly as you begin to read magical auras. This entire place is lit the fuck up with magic, and it is a swirling, prismatic vortex of energy. However, you hone in on the boots and the arrows. They are both absolutely magical. You pick up enchantment on both of them. You pick up evocation on the quiver of arrows. And then you also pick up, conjuration and enchantment on the boots. So, yes, they are magical.
Yeah, it's definitely worth identifying.
Oh, great. That makes it very simple then. It will be 100 gold pieces, 50 for each. That is with the 10 gold discount on top of everything. And he pulls out his a small wand with a little eye-shaped rock kind of at the top, and he points it at the arrows, and he kind of flips a little switch, and there's like this burst of kind of glitter that kind of over the top of it, and he breathes in and goes, "Oh, my goodness, haven't used this one in a while. These are magically enchanted arrows. There's nothing very fancy about them except obviously the gold feathers, but that little rune on the end there, it not only makes the ammunition itself magical, but it provides a little extra oomph when they strike. Better than the what we would refer to as, typically in the magic enchanting world, little lesson for you, we refer to things within the first, second, and third bracket of succession and progression. These happen to lie in the second tier. That is a quiver of +2 arrows.
I will add such.
All right. And over here, let me see. And he flips a little thing again in the wand. And he breathes in and... Oh my goodness, these boots. Now this is very special. You know, I used to hear tales back many generations ago. You know, the people who lived with Clan Ironhoof before the technology for air travel was created. Their enchanters used to create swarms of these boots, which allowed them to magically fly from the island down to the mainlands and into the seaports below to do their trade business with. This is, again, before the air travel was possible via the airships. These are referred to as winged boots. Essentially, whenever you equip these boots, when you put them on, obviously you need to sit and really focus on the enchantment, which should be written on, and then he flips them over. There they are at the bottom. When you focus on that enchantment and kind of absorb its magic, these boots will allow you to activate them to begin to fly. Here is the problem, though. All you need to... the problem is they only fly for so long. That you can fly for 4 hours at a time. You can use them to fly for up to 4 hours, okay? Doing it either all in one shot for a 4-hour flight, or you can shorten them into like 1-minute durations. However, if you are flying when the duration expires, you will immediately begin to plummet to the ground. But don't worry, it is very gentle. As it will be the equivalent when you hit the ground of only falling a few feet. So it may hurt a little bit, but probably better to keep an eye on how long you have left. Also, for every half day you don't use them, for every 24 hours you don't use them, for every 24 hours you don't use them, you will regain 4 hours of ability to fly. So if you don't fly for half a day, it will get half of its juice back. Very powerful boots if you use them correctly. If you use them inappropriately, or forget your business, danger.
So as she was learning about these, she would have kind of like turned toward Gartok, and then at that last part when he said, if you use them incorrectly or forget your business, she might have turned away from Gartok a little bit. Okay, thank you. And I did hand over.
Oh, one more thing about these boots. You can never fly faster than you can walk.
That's good to know too. Okay.
I mean, come on, they're just boots with little silly wings on them. The dwarves, when they created these things millennia ago, they only needed them to go from up to down. So honestly, it was just kind of we don't want to plummet into the sea and be eaten by the giant kraken. And he stops and you see him shoot a look at Emig out of the corner of his eye and then back.
Yeah, Wynni will kind of look over at Emig too. Well, I'll make sure that everybody's comfortable with it, but Gartok, I feel like this could be useful for, like, an airstrike.
Simple. Not one.
We can ask, but I think she'll agree. She can float. If not you, then maybe...
She does not float, and I wouldn't suggesting that she floats. She can levitate. Big difference in the Genasi world.
Well, she's had plenty to say about my shape-shifting, so I think she can deal with me saying she was.
Excuse you, that was all doppelganger.
It wasn't me.
It wasn't me.
Caught Wynni in the bathroom. Wasn't me.
Yeah, we can ask, but it just makes the most sense for either you or Emig, I think. And she'll kind of look past him towards Emig.
He seems to be pretty tuned out. Not that he's not trying to pay attention, he's just pretty deep in the book.
If Sybil say yes, we'll take.
All right, so let's go ask Sybil. She'll kind of give a side eye to Emig as she leaves. Thank you very much, Berdisio.
My 100 gold pieces, please.
Yeah, I said it earlier. She would have put it down on the table right after he said it.
Oh, great. Belletta! And then he pops his head off and sets it to the side, and you see Belletta. He opens a little bag and puts it on the table. Please, count the coins. We trust that you have them. I'm just teaching her numbers and money. Anything else that you need?
I'm sure we'll think of something.
Wonderful. Out of curiosity, how do I get my contacts here to make trade with so that I can...
I believe that Falcona is finalizing that process, and I will tell you and work all of that out with you as soon as I have the final details.
Wonderful. I happen to have abilities to get me from place to place if need be, but if I have to do it to restock your stocks and your stores, I'm going to have to charge you. Otherwise, you're going to have to deal with my inventory the way it is.
Understood.
Okay, great.
Thank you. She'll head out and towards Sybil.
What Sybil, while they were in there, she would have probably just taken a seat, like sit cross-legged, and kind of just listened to like the wind, the way the air moves differently, the way like kind of just getting acclimated. Done a couple of prayers, thanking especially for the safe travel. And just kind of doing that. So when he comes out, it would have been just Sybil has her back almost like against it, but like she's sitting there just cross-legged, eyes closed, just very obviously just, I mean, it's the classic meditation kind of look. But, you know, her hands where they sit are still fairly near daggers, so...
I think that as when he approaches and sees Sybil, after trying to talk to Emig and getting ignored via book, and then seeing Sybil meditating, she's just gonna kind of throw her hands up and... Well, we'll ask later, Gartok.
Wait, what are we asking?
Oh, I didn't want to bother you.
I didn't want to intrude here. This is your grove.
No, so these boots, I think they would be very beneficial Gartok and his skill set. They allow him to fly, essentially, and hover, and I think that an airstrike could be very useful. But he wanted to check with you first.
I mean, that seems to make sense. Oh, he wanted to... Looks over at Gartok.
You said
What?
you interest it.
There aren't many things that I have seen that make me feel like home. But they would be strategically useful for you, Gartok.
That is true. I actually never even thought about that when I was putting it in
Fine
there.
on ground.
Yes, and you could shoot exceptionally fine from the air.
What exceptionally mean?
Very fine. Big fine.
Lucy doesn't know how to respond to Big Fine.
There's not even like a moment of hesitation from Sybil before she says it.
I think...
You of home.
Say that one more time, I had to turn you up.
Sorry, let me move my mic closer.
Love the voice. It's quiet.
I'm trying.
Remind you of home.
She'll just kind of nod once.
Also, already have this.
And he'll kind of bang on his armor.
It's okay, Gartok.
Very
You've
shiny.
been very helpful since you joined us. And you've been helpful for pretty much no reason. So, just as we gave Sybil the daggers that she wields, you know, this is a gift to you for helping us out. She'll offer them toward Gartok.
I think Gartok will look like a second towards Sybil to see if there's any opposition.
And if the Archdruid says the trees won't mind, then I can show you some tricks from shooting from high above.
Okay,
And he'll take the boots. No, I need to know, Xavier. Underneath, does it say Andy?
It does not say Andy.
Damn.
That would be a copyright infringement.
Yeah, I'd get in trouble for that
It
one.
says Andrew.
Yeah.
No, it says Randy at the bottom.
Randy, yeah, perfect.
Okay, well that's settled. The trees won't mind Sybil now that it's you. And she seems like she was gonna say more and just stops herself.
She considers that, just nods, looks past to Gartok. Then we'll have to spend some time in the trees later. I can show you some tricks that I've learned. We did a lot of trick shots from high up, and while flying isn't quite the same as balancing on a tightrope, there's an awful lot of similarities.
Gardock nods his head.
Okay. I think I'm going to just check on things and see if Falcona needs anything from me. She'll kind of nod and then head off to wherever she senses Falcona first to see if she needs anything, and then she'll kind of walk around and just check on people.
Yeah, so Falcona is currently at the way gate, which is the gate that you guys utilized. It's always been here. It was just inert until you needed to use it for the subplane between here and the Feywild, which is where Zeraxium Telionis was. So within 30 seconds, the trees usher you to her, and she's there with Lyundrasil. And she's actually on Lyundrasil's back, and Lyundrasil is kind of raised up, and she is just adjusting the keystone that is in the center, the very top center of the gate itself. And as it kind of shifts into place, you see water, what appears to be water, kind of begin to fall out of the top of it, creating kind of a translucent screen. And she kind of just puts her hands up, and you hear her say in Sylvan, "Voila! Perfection. Thank you, Lyundrasil." And Lyundrasil kind of comes down, and she steps off of her, and she says, "Archdruid, the waygate is ready to be utilized as soon as we can find somewhere to send us. I trust that you've made contact with Mylar and Ezekiel to iron that out, or have you not done that yet?"
Not yet. I wanted to make sure you didn't need anything from me first before I tried to start making plans. So apparently you don't.
We are ready and prepared for whatever need be. At this point, we will take to the restoration of the troops and ensuring that everyone is fed and taken care of.
Excellent. Thank you.
And if you need anything from us, simply send command.
I will do. So with that, I think the next step would be when you would go find Ulrich, and tell him I can use the stones to send a message to Mylar, but just in case it fails, are you able to send one?
Barely. I can do one.
Okay. So I'm gonna come up with my message if somebody else wants to do something, and then I will be sending a message using sending stone to Mylar.
Okay. If anybody's doing anything at this point, please speak up.
Since we're thankfully sorry, Lucy, go ahead.
Okay, real quick. Gartok probably just go to where Imig is, seeing that he thinks that's a study place because Imig is studying there. He's big smart. Or Gartok will go there and sit, put on his shoes, and Barduccio told him that he needs to, I guess, learn to meditate on his shoes. So he's gonna go do that.
Okay. So yeah, that'll take about 3-4 hours. As you attune to it, you can go ahead, for the sake of brevity, we'll assume that you are attuning to those, so you can add a pair of winged boots to your inventory, and make sure that in your attunement slots, make sure that if you are attuning to something, that you actually attune to it, because if you go to use it later on and you haven't attuned to it,
Then big mistake, and I fall from sky and die.
no, you won't even get off the ground.
No, this will be used in sky while I'm falling.
Oh,
We're
fuck.
going to the Dwarven Isles.
Okay, touche. God, wouldn't that be awkward? Who gave him those fucking boots? Ah, sploosh. Okay, so you're doing that. You are attuning Sybil, yes.
Since the conversation between Winnie and Ulrich, unless Ulrich had moved, happened within earshot of Sybil, um, can you? I've heard of pools of communication. Is that something that can be added here? Like the stones, but more certain, I think. I don't. I've heard them in legends. They may not actually exist, but
If we were going to probably add it here, it'd be more like a druidy thing, not a Mimi thing.
Leandra still
let's do
offered
both
it.
of you.
Oh, that's right. We did do when I talked to the guy. What? Yep, words. They're good. Brain not working. Sorry, tired. Scrying pool. There we go. That's what I was meaning to try to squeeze
Wait.
out my brain.
Isn't scrying just looking in on someone? Is there a way to make it like the stone, but more? There were legends of the great kings that would speak across many, many planes of existence to their charge that was a long way. I don't know. It sounded too fantastical, but so does all of this.
I mean, it makes zero sense to me. I don't understand it. So.
Okay.
Ulrich, make a history check. I'll
Ooh,
give you
another
this.
thing I'm good at.
I was gonna say, is this? I thought history you are good at, aren't you? No,
No,
you're not.
no.
All right, man, you are a terrible fucking character. All right, so
I am a charisma-based character. Thank you very much.
Except for when
Fair.
you do 70 and 80 points of healing
True,
at
true.
the snap of your fingers.
That is pretty good. Okay, yeah, no, you have no idea what this. She's fucking.
Does Winnie know?
I was like, give me insight, perception, or persuasion. I'm your man, but yeah, not so much with this.
Wynni, as far as you are concerned, you can give me a nature check, as this is your grove, and Ulrich may have been onto something as far as needing druidic-y things and not things that have to do with Arcana.
A little better. 14.
Okay, so
I'm
Give me
gonna
one
make a
moment.
magic character that can speak coherently about this next campaign, and you're all doomed.
I have been waiting for almost 10 years for somebody to make a fucking character who had proficiency in Arcana, so trust me, I'm ready for it.
You're getting 3 next
Yeah.
next.
Thank goodness. Surprise! It's a religious-based campaign!
Held it.
Enjoy your crusade, assholes!
I'm gonna need you to rip my soul out and change it again.
Alright, Okay, so Wynni, with a 14, you don't know about, like, arcane kings and wizards that created anything that could speak across the planes, but you are aware, and you guys all literally witnessed Ulrich do it, like, 10 minutes ago, because it's only been, like, 10 minutes since that fucking happened. You watched him literally have a conversation with somebody by putting his face in a pool of water that Lyundrasil created. So, yeah, it's a thing.
Just based on what I saw in the former grove, especially with us still having Lyundra still here, I don't see why that's not an option. It's not an option at this moment, but I think that's a good idea, Sybil. Be a new feature of the new grove.
And when you're pretty confident that, like, Lyundrasil being the one who invoked that energy would probably be the one to talk to be like, yeah, do we want to create this thing? Sure, let's fucking do it.
Right. Okay. I think I have my message ready for Mylar.
Okay, so you're using the sending stone, you said?
Correct. Yeah.
Wonderful. Before we even do that, go ahead and call high or low, because you are on another plane of existence.
Low.
low. So we are looking at 1 to 5 being a failure. And I rolled a 2. So you activate the sending stone, and as you begin to speak, you hear and the energy dies out from it for today.
I think that she would like start to use it. It would do that, and she'd smack it a couple of times.
You'd hear it kick up like, and then it just goes totally dead.
God's damned thing. Ulrich.
Did you break it?
Well, I mean, it needs to, yeah,
It needs a break. It needs a nap.
it needs to charge, I think. Can you just send a message to let him know that we got the grove to the Feywild, and that the gate is ready, and that I think we're heading to Emic's family next?
I can certainly try. So I will use my last 3rd level spell slot for sending. Yay.
All right, high or low?
Hi.
All right, so 95 to 100 is a failure. $32. What's your message as you feel?
I loosened it for you.
Thanks. So this will be to Mylar. We have transported the grove safely to the Feywild. We have the gate up and ready, and need assistance on that front. And we'll be heading to, and I think that's all I got out of words, if I counted correctly.
Okay, give me just one moment. Okay, Ulrich, you do receive a response, and the response is as follows. Hang on, just so I got the voice right. Who the fuck did you send this to? Mylar? Okay, I had Ezekiel in my head, and I was like, fuck, which one is it? It's either the asshole or the other asshole. Okay, here we go. So Mylar responds, and he says, well, that's very fantastic. Glad that you made it all right. I've located 3 permanent circles for your use. Coordinates incoming. And after that, you feel a slew of arcane numericals flood into your mind, Ulrich, and you sense a kind of a burst of energy. And if you want to, on this map, zoom in on the eastern side of the map near the Wildlands, there are purple circles, purple targety looking circles, and those are the coordinated locations of where there are 3 permanent circles that can be connected to the gate, or that are connected to the gate for your use. And at least 2 of the 3 of these make a lot of sense because of where they're located, but I'll let you do the dirty work as far as the conversing is concerned. And then you feel the spell fade.
So just so I'm understanding, these are locations we can currently use.
They are, okay. Yes, they are currently active for the gate's utilization. Now you will still have to probably put some energy into transporting yourself back and forth, but you can. These are targets that are acceptable.
All right, so like per se, if I have to burn like a teleport spell, but
Bingo.
it'll allow interplanar travel.
100%. Yep. Without a flaw. Like you go from point A to point B. End of story.
Okie dokie. All right, guys. So what we have connected to currently to our gate, we can get to Zagmotionbeak, we can get to Laneshi, and we can go to the Imperial Magi Tower, which I'm pretty sure we're not allowed to because we said we wouldn't. That's Dragonland.
Yeah, we're not doing that.
Yeah, well, not at least without asking. But that's where we can currently get to. We can only, but it will require. It's essentially going to be a conduit because I normally can't. I couldn't be able, I wouldn't be able to teleport us to anywhere from here, but I can teleport us to those locations through the gate.
And that works two ways, just so you know. So if you teleport from the Feywild to one of these gated locations, if you return to that gate or to any of these gates, you can target the Feywild's gate to get back to.
And vice versa.
Bingo.
Sybil listens to this explanation and looks very lost, but like she's trying to follow it conceptually.
Really cool door, connects to a couple different places, but you need a key. The key's a spell. That easier?
Considerably. Thank you.
Okay.
You have a way with words, Ulrich. Well, I think that I'm not kidding. I do think that we should probably get Emig. At one point, we talked about him reaching out to his family and us potentially talking to them to see where they stand, and I'd like to do that now that we've gotten the grove to a safe-ish spot.
All right. Well, those will be our 3 stepping points. So as soon as we figure out where we need to go, just let me know and let me sleep because I can't get us anywhere right now.
Should probably make sure that everyone here is good and let everybody else rest as well. I'll help with healing up the remainder of who needs healed with the soldiers.
Okay, so there are no soldiers that need to be healed. Like I mentioned over the past 2 sessions, that's all being handled with other people. And anybody who was on their way out is just getting regenerates and things like that. So Lion, Drusilla, and Falcona are handling the best of that. And they do have their own clerics and priests, so it's not anything that you need to worry about. They pretty much brush you off. Like you're essentially like, the top commander in this place coming down and trying to do grunt work, and they're like, no. Thanks for your good berries now.
Okay. So I guess next step would be going to find Emig, or I know where he's at, but going to Emig and kind of asking him. So, I think it's finally time for us to meet with your family. That is, if he actually gives her any attention. If she walks up and he's still just staring at the book, I think she'd have a seat and wait.
He's reading the book, but if you're addressing him, he can probably snap out of that.
Okay.
Yeah, he's got enough control over it at this point where, as you are approaching, you can see clear as day. Like, his eyes are glazed the fuck over. They've got that kind of moon... I'm not going to call it moon blindness, but it looks like that. It's like a moon glaze. And as you begin to speak, you see him, he kind of blinks heavy a couple times, and as he looks up at you, you see the film kind of fade, and you kind of sense him back.
I'm sorry, what? Were you speaking to me?
Yes, I think that we are at a point now that it's time for us to reach out to your family. As we had discussed before, our priorities, we're hitting down the list now, so if you'd still like to do that.
He slowly closes the book and kind of just takes that information in. I haven't seen them for a very long time, and I don't know where they are. I don't even know if they're still alive.
Well, you spoke. Didn't you speak to one of them through a message one time?
I have not.
Do you have any way to reach them?
No, not that I can think of. I could perhaps meditate on it and think about it, but I have no connection besides Malachi's pendant.
Maybe meditate on that specifically. That will give you an answer.
I may do so.
Maybe I don't mean to offend, but maybe put the book away for a little bit so you can focus on family. You can
He's
see
not gonna
concern in
respond
her
to that.
face. You can see concern in her face when she says it too.
Knocks her out. Don't you ever talk about my family?
Is there any meat in this place?
Not typically, but
Wynni, you can procure fish. There was fish on the table. But that's about it for meat. Or, I mean, look, it's your grove. You can kill
No,
whatever the fuck you want. I mean, I'm not
started
going to
to
stand in
say-
your way.
I started to say the best I could do, and then I had to stop myself because what I was gonna say didn't make any sense to what was.
900.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense here. I can. We have fish. That's it.
Fish would be good. Where's the fish?
Where the food is, and she'll kind of like point through the wall, but toward the other building.
As she points like through the wall, you see like the vines kind of shift and like open up ever so slightly, and then like across the way you can see through the little gateway. I mean, you can see the table. You're not sure if there's fish there, but she says so.
Sorry to interrupt, and this will be the last time I interrupt, but I like the idea of the second they bring up food, Gartok just kind of looks with one eye through where she was pointing.
And she'll kind of do a motion like follow me, and then she'll start heading that way.
Yeah, Gartok, you do see the fish on the table, by the way. I forgot your passive perception is fucking stupid.
Emic will he'll close up the tome and reattach it to the chain that he uses to hang it from his belt, and he will head that direction.
Okay. So you follow Wynni into the kind of sanctum that is your guys' like private quarters. Just FYI, everybody here does have like their own private bed, chest, all that shit. There are 2 maps of the world, one big one back here, and then there's a smaller one on the table over here. And then yeah, sure as shit, there is a platter. It's not there's not as much fish as there is everything else, but there's definitely a considerable amount of fresh raw fish, as well as cooked and stewed fish on the trays.
And before walking all the way over there, Winnie would poke her head back in and say, Gartok, you're allowed to eat this. And then head over.
Alright, so like as you get ready to walk out, you notice that like Gartok actually has one of the boots on his hand, and he's just like...
Yeah, there's like a little bit of drool coming from his mouth.
like the wing flaps and smacks him in the head.
Maybe,
like
maybe
image
give your
before
brain
Iron
some
Man.
energy. Yeah.
Iron Man style training with the fire hydrant robot.
And that will be the tentacle.
Bingo! If you can dodge a tentacle, you can dodge a tentacle. Alright. So, what are you guys doing?
I'm going to actually mark on both the maps where we have travel points too, essentially.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so you guys can see now, and I know you'd seen the bigger map before, but you can now see that there is up near, it's Empyrean Magi Towers, Lagmoshum Beacons, Laneshi, which makes sense because Mylars from Slaneshi and Zlagmotionbeak is home to Ezekiel, and the Empyrean Magi Tower is what was holding the World Breaker together for a millennia until its untimely release.
Yeah, who did that?
These fucking assholes. Alright. And looking at the map now, too, it gives you a pretty broad fucking range of where you could come back out at as far, as far as the world is concerned, so. Okay. So what are you guys doing?
I think Wynni would probably just let everybody know there's food in there as we're walking in there.
Sure.
Sit down, have some food, and so what are we doing next?
How does this fish compare to the fish at the old grove?
It is wild, man. This shit is like, it's like being served, like a cedar plank salmon in Tuscaloosa, Florida versus fucking Paris, France. Big difference. Same meat, but boy, the way they season it, they turn it up a notch. You were living the hillbilly dream back in the fucking prime material. Here, the herbs that are in this thing don't even make sense to you. Like, literally, your olfactory senses are just so overwhelmed with this new experience that you're in love with it and are almost a little afraid of it at the same time. But it's phenomenal.
I take it back. This place is fine.
It was lack of fish that you hated.
Sometimes I'm not myself when I get hungry.
So as you guys are eating, every time you finish or take something from one of the trays onto your own tray, you see this small patch of vine work kind of grow up and out of the table, creating kind of a half circle where the food item was, and it kind of writhes almost like an egg sac for a few moments before breaking away and into the table, and the food replaces itself. Meat included.
Okay. So now that everybody is eating and feeding their brains as well,
What's left of them?
what's our next step?
I need to... Through mouthfuls of fish, obviously. Obviously, for flavor. I need to get in touch with my patron, perhaps, and see if I can track down the whereabouts of the Raging Waves. That is my next step. I'm not sure what ours is as a collective. This fish is damn good.
Your next step is everybody's next step, so I think having as much support as possible when we actually go after this thing is going to help. So we need to contact whoever we can think of to try to make sure that we have backup, to try to make sure that we've got support. I know we talked about the dwarves at one point. We talked about your family. We talked about I think at one point that big underwater city, although I'm not familiar with it, so I don't know how we would do that. But
The one spoken of when we were in Sea Whip.
yes,
They may have troops. That could be good.
and what about? She kind of stops for a second, and she'll close her eyes and take a breath, and then. What about your patron?
What about my patron?
Would your patron be willing to help? Dedicate enough time to them?
My patron has been helping. Do you mean in a certain way?
Well, I guess it depends on how close to the shore we are when we fight this thing. But if we know that we'll have support,
You're talking about
then
the fighting, the battle.
the battle. Yes.
I would have to ask, but I do think that it probably is in my patron's best interest to preserve what's left of this world. However, I will still have to ask.
Of course. But if we know that we'll have support at sea, then we can try to plan it, since we know its general trajectory, to be closer to the shore, so that way our sea support can be effective.
Yeah, that is sound.
We can reach out to Grim, see if he's got. I know he's not the most favoritist of that island, but he does have a ship, and maybe there's a few more dwarves just as crazy as him. I don't.
Where
Oh,
where did we leave him? Or did he come with us?
I don't remember if he came. I mean, I think he's the one who. I don't remember. I've done so much crap. I'll ask Kevin when he comes back up. But we should be able to contact him anyway. Wherever we left him, it was an inn, I'm sure.
I am going to go and meditate on this. If we're done, one step at a time. I need to get in touch with different people, things. Thanks for the fish.
So long.
All right. So, Emig, what are you doing? And Sybil, have you joined the group, or are you still sitting outside by yourself?
At the moment, I think she's probably just taking a moment to appreciate the tranquility before everything goes to shit again. I think before when he would have left, she would have done the "I'll be here if you need me."
Okay.
But she's just gonna take a fucking minute, because how often do we get to do that?
Yeah, and there is, again, the tranquility here is absolutely almost overwhelming. It's almost so comforting that it's uncomfortable. Because you guys just aren't used to that, because there is no existential threat of a world-ending monstrosity that is going to fucking crush you. At least not that you know of. You're confident that the one that you left in the other plane isn't here, but, you know, I guess anything could be. Not to inject a little paranoid schizophrenia in you or anything, but...
Been there, moved on from that.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it is peaceful, and the way the wind blows here is the most raw form of freedom you've ever felt. Whereas air masses on the prime material typically move in one direction based on how the air masses of the planet or of the plane work. Here, it don't work like that. You feel breezes coming from every direction. You feel breezes rising up from underneath you, coming down on top of you, hitting you at diagonals. And it's not aggressive. It's just very gentle wind blowing, but it's going in ways that don't make any scientific sense to you. And there's something really wonderful about that, because there is literally an air of freedom.
In that case. One thing she is going to do as she's sitting and enjoying the first time she's gotten a chance to sit down, really, since since she actually joined the party for the first time, she is just going to just very softly just thank the spirit around her, the primordial, just say thank you for giving them, for offering them sanctuary, for letting us intrude. Just kind of the prayer, but to the grove and the very essence of it. Because it feels like the right thing to do.
And there is peace
And
in
that's
that.
it. Yep. And of course that's primordial, because I'm not going to be rude and just be like, hey, speak my mortal tongue, bitch. So.
What, nobody speaks Infernal? Okay. Okay, so while Sybil's doing that, Gartok, you are in the midst of your attunement. Ulrich, are you doing anything special here?
Not really.
Okay. Ulrich is eating and sitting in the biggest, comfiest chair in this room. King in a castle. King in a castle. All right, Bloodmane. Then with that, what are you doing?
Okay. Like to go somewhere, away from prying eyes, people, that sort of
Sure.
thing.
Yeah, take your pick. It's wherever the fuck you want to go. There's plenty of space.
When you would even offer to make space nearby in the forest for meditation so he could be undisturbed if he wants.
That would be delightful.
All right. Yeah, perfect. And without her even like accompanying you, as you just walk towards the edge of the woods, much like you did in the other grove, it just manipulates and moves, and you're not entirely sure like how far you should go. But as you walk and it closes behind you, eventually and very suddenly you just upon a clearing, and there is nothing there. The boughs have completely covered the top to prevent scrying eyes from the air, and you feel the grove kind of close in around you, giving you a small pocket of sanctity for yourself.
Okay. I have a sending stone. I'm going to attempt to use it to contact Dwendar, the Tempest.
Okay.
I don't know if it's linked to someone else's, but I'm going to try anyway.
So I believe it's linked to Wynni's. You guys had 3 sending stones, I believe, between the group. Ulrich has one that is tied to that Coromir has.
I think that was destroyed when I was vaporized.
Okay.
Because I don't have it in my inventory.
Okay, so then you guys only have 2, because I have the military of the forces currently has possession of a sending stone that's attuned to Ulrich, Coromir. That was given to him right before you guys left Motionbeak. So did we only have 2 sending stones between the group?
I'm trying to remember because we had. No, we had one. I'm trying to remember. We had one that I carried and one that was getting passed around that could also contact Mylar. And then yeah, you got another one, Ulrich. Was that pre-dusting?
So I have a sneaking suspicion that what happened is you guys only ever had 2. One, Ulrich may have been carrying it at some point, but there was maybe not a transition from bag of holding to whatever. And the other one was getting out. The sending stones you have were just attuned to Mylar. It didn't have to go to him, but
Right.
it could specifically go to him.
Right.
To his own personal thing. So I am going to remove this note from my notes. Ulrich, you will not have the sending stone then, and Bloodmane, you will have the second of your guys' sending stones to then utilize. However, you can only use sending stones once per day, and Wynni has used it. So as you pick it up and kind of mess with it, you do feel that it has gone inert for the day.
Okay. I am going to attempt to contact my patron.
Okay, understood. And are you casting Contact Patron, or are you just reaching out?
Yes, I will actually cast it.
Okay, perfect. Beautiful. All right, so you and I'm assuming you're using what the Raging Waves pendant was your connection, or is it the tome? I don't remember how you.
I think it is the pendant.
Okay, so you take the pendant out. You flip open to the page that the patron had bestowed upon you, and you read the incantation from the page. And as you do so, you feel the power swell up inside you, and again, your whole world goes black, and you feel yourself plunged into a warm seawater, and you begin to feel yourself fade from the material world and into this trans-dimensional space. You can still breathe. You are breathing air. You can taste the salt. It's in your nose. It's burning, but you do feel yourself connect alive, and you feel your patron's presence kind of rise up in you. So you can ask your question.
My patron, Where are the raging waves?
Okay, give me 1 second. I gotta. Okay, bear with me for a second. I have a good answer for you, but I have to get it set up. So, Panera broccoli and cheddar?
Yes.
Broccoli and cheddar always makes it better.
That sounds so
sounds
good.
so good. Whoever did that, thank you. I'm guessing it was Payne. Sorry, somebody's fucking with me in chat. Okay, so Bloodmane, you feel you feel the presence rise up and in front of you, and as it does so, in the blackest of depths around you, you see not one but two massive, slightly glowing yellow eyes that look very squid-like. They got a black slit down the center, but they kind of manifest before you, and you hear the presence of your patron.
Greetings, my child. I will show you where your people currently reside.
And as that happens, you see the map that you were looking at on the table, which I'm sure Bloodmane has looked at many times in the past, which is very familiar to you guys. You see it kind of materialize in front of you as the eyes grow dim and kind of recede ever so slightly. Give me just 1 sec here.
To the far south.
What?
Nearest the island, where you and your companions once traveled in Arcane Magi Tower. But there is more. They've been hunting those who've hunted them, and currently find themselves blockading the dead. The dead have made landfall and are cleaning corpses from the earth behind the World Breaker. And the raging waves await their opportunity to sink their armada. Strong, like the raging tempest that leads them. Dwenda awaits your call.
And with that, you feel yourself suddenly being pulled from the depths, the pressure making your ears pop suddenly out and into the material world once more as you come back to consciousness after just a moment of being out of it, you spit up a mouthful of salty seawater, still warm from being in your lungs, and you blow these huge strings of snot from your nostrils, completely clearing your sinuses. You wipe your eyes as the seawater burns and stings, and as you blink through it, the tome poof, slams shut, and you feel the spell fade.
Well, that was quite the revelation. Okay.
Ask and you shall receive. Sometimes.
Sometimes. Okay. Not knowing really how long that took, how much time has elapsed, I'm going to head back to the our quarters.
Okay. Let me get you back there. All right. So, Bloodmane was really only gone for about 10 minutes. As you guys kind of go back to your business, generic business, eating, just minor things. I assume even getting your little places set up. Bloodmane, Sybil, as you're kind of sitting outside, you see Bloodmane kind of trudge in front of you. His clothes are soaking wet. He is leaving a small trail of water as he walks. And he's walking with what I assume, and correct me if I'm wrong, Bloodmane, is a pretty intense air of confidence, like I did what I had to do. And he kind of passes you, rounds the corner. Oops, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I'm gonna totally follow at that point.
Gotcha. So as
They're
you...
like, shit's gonna happen.
Yeah, and as you're following him, you look down, you're kind of stepping around his footprints as his feet are kind of sinking into the soft grove earth. You see small barnacles in his footprints, like coming up and off of his heels, like imprinted in the ground, like they were being stepped on.
Are they tangible or kind of melting away?
They are melting away. So not really melting away. They're just, yeah, I guess melting away could be a good term. It's not like they're made out of ice and melting away. It's like as you see them, you're kind of like, you would go down to reach for it and you would see it just kind of like puddle and then just into the earth it goes. And the earth greedily accepts it.
Clearly salt water? Like
Oh
from
yeah,
smell and look?
yeah, it stinks like salt water for sure.
Okay. Yeah, so she's gonna get up to start to follow, and then as he rounds the corner, she's gonna crouch and, like, look at that and just... Huh. And then she'll file that away and go and join the others.
Alright, so, Bloodmane enters the room. He is wet from head to toe. His beard is, kind of squishy, but he enters and appears before you, standing very confidently.
I guess I don't know this area very well. Sorry, I thought I was sending you to, like...
Can you speak up, Candace, please? Or into your mic.
I thought that I was sending you to land. Sorry.
It's fine. It's not you. It's me.
Take a fucking inspiration point.
Well, this conversation was a twist.
No.
I'm gonna sit my big wet ass down in my seat here and commence the oratory. My people are close. Well, close on our plane. They're southwest of Mozambique. And I should not be surprised by their intention and where they are. But I am proud. I'm proud to say that they are there to fight, and regardless of winning or losing, fight and sink as much of the undead armada as they can. Dwendar leads with bravery and conviction, and I respect him for that. They are close, however, and we may be able to get in touch, perhaps back on our plane. As far as contacting my patron for aid in the impending battle that we will face, that is something I cannot ask from a distance. I feel that I must go and meet with my patron to ask such a thing of them. I will need to meet with the priest on the way to do that. When there is time, that is what I will have to do.
Now is the time. We can make that our next priority. The grove is where it needs to be now. So
Somebody set off a smoke alarm, so I'll give it a minute.
Seems like we have clear direction for the first time in a while. Besides the broader scope of save the world before it is completely broken. So we can rest though. Correct?
I
Kind
think
of
we
her
should.
expression is like a please.
I think we should. I know that Ulrich said he needs rest.
Chomp chomp.
Gartok, should we fill him in on this?
Gartok is not here.
Well, that's why I was saying this. Should we
Oh,
fill him in?
oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were saying Gartok. Should we fill them in on it? And I was like, what the fuck are you filling them on?
Nope, it's the, Gartok is just a sentence in of himself.
I accept that completely.
Absolutely true.
We definitely will. We can also ask him if he's got insight, though. I know that he lost his family and everyone, so I don't want to touch on a difficult subject, though he doesn't seem torn up. Doesn't mean he's not feeling it.
I can relate. And that's actually something I was hoping to bring up later. If we have a couple of minutes, at least, there is a thing that I wanted to bring up.
What's that?
When this is done, we should give the world a way. Well, not just the world, but us, a way to mourn and to honor those that have fallen. I was thinking we could create a memorial, something that's. She just kind of trails off for once, like at a loss for words, like all of her confident like swagger's just gone.
Wynni would nod, like as she's talking, and then I'm pretty good at trees. If that would be sufficient, maybe I can work with the appropriate land wherever we decide that is to make that happen. A memorial tree of sorts where people can go when they want to think about their loved ones.
Your mic is terrible again today.
New growth and a world saved from being broken. That seems appropriate. We should also find a way to spread the story of those that have been lost as well, so they're not just lost to memory.
I feel like that's more your area of expertise.
Well, the ones I would normally do that with are. She just kind of does the like, well, you know, kind of expression.
All the more reason it should be you. You're the only one that could do them justice.
All the more reason it should be us.
However I can help.
Just nods.
Well, Gartok's gonna be mad if he doesn't get any of this fish, so I'm gonna go see how he's doing.
to be fair, the fish, like I said earlier, everything is being replenished as soon as it's being consumed. So just so there's no confusion.
Yeah, I know.
Anything on the table in this room is safe to eat?
She'll say yeah as she's walking.
We are. I know the Feywild stories. I wasn't gonna eat a damn thing until you said it was okay. As Wynni's leaving.
Wynni leaves and Sybil eats a cup. Bitch said anything. Oh,
Anything
this
on the
map?
table?
Thank God that wasn't Gartok who asked.
Yeah, no kidding.
Comes back, table's gone.
Yeah. All right, so Wynni...
I have the jaw strength to do that too.
Yeah,
I
I know.
am going to actually eat so that I will be able to long rest later.
And everything tastes fantastic. I would explain it like, imagine everything on this table got dusted with MSG. It's probably not great for you, but god damn it, it makes it taste so much better.
Yeah, this is all the more reason I'm glad I confirmed that this was safe to eat first. You're not trapping us with Fey food. Not in this campaign.
No, come on. Who do you think I am? So Wynni, you enter, and Gartok, what the fuck are you doing? Like, have you figured out how to put these things on yet?
I'd like to think that the second like Wynni steps out of the tent, the like bush wall would kind of open up and Guard just flies out, probably with the glove, the boots still on his hand.
Yeah, they're like on his hand, and the wings are flapping furiously, and he's doing like a pretty good handstand, as he's a pretty strong and dexterous individual, but you know he's not getting it right, and you can see confusion in his face, like, this can't be it.
Gartok doesn't wear shoes.
So she, seeing the boot on his hand, Gartok, sit down.
Go sit.
And then she would take the boot off his hand and show him how to put them on his feet.
He's like a fucking toddler over here.
No, stop moving your foot. Stop moving your foot, Gartok. Keep your foot still so I can put the boot on. Okay. All right. Now they go on your feet.
And they slip on easily enough, and yeah, we'll say for the sake of brevity that you have successfully attuned to them at this point. As soon as she gets them on and you stop bending your toes and like relax a little, they fit and they adjust. You feel them like magically adjusting, like elongating to fit your large lizard-like foot, and that's when finally the words kind of travel up and into your mind, and you sense that you have full control of these things and you understand how to use them.
Thank you.
You're welcome. There's fish in there.
Eat and eat.
And he'll look, because specifically when he said, "Do not eat anything I don't tell you."
Yes, you can eat. You can eat this food.
He looks happy, and some drool will start popping out.
You want something?
Oh, yeah. I'll come in there too. She'll head back over and then have a seat.
Garlock's probably not going to sit down. He's just going to grab some fish and just start eating.
Okay. Yeah, and Gartok, it's like fucking magic. As soon as you grab a piece of fish, like by the time you look down to grab another piece, you see the little pod kind of writhing on the table, and it fades back into the table, and there's another piece of fish there.
Amazing. If you've ever seen like an alligator catch fish, it's exactly what this is.
Just like throwing it back into his mouth and
He'll like
just
put it in
swallowing
his
it.
mouth and then just go.
All right.
So it's not likely to matter much because I'm pretty sure we're going to rest. But while they're eating, Sybil's going to she'll talk to them. She'll tell what she has experienced as like the peace in the grove, but she's going to explain it as being applied to the world, what they're going to return the world to. It's just a tale of like future hope. Though it's not likely to matter. 16 temporary HP for everyone.
All right.
That I didn't do before we moved to the grove.
I asked like 10 times if anybody had anything else to do, so...
Yeah, no, it's a bedtime story.
Yeah, true.
Like,
Yeah, you guys everybody feels very emboldened after this tale of the Grove, and here's to a bright future, and hey, we have a clear-cut idea of what we want to do, and it does. It feels pretty fucking good. So, is there anything else that anybody wants to accomplish today? Mind you, it's only like probably 3-4 o'clock in the afternoon, but that doesn't mean that you guys can't just take the day. Like, you have no current imminent threat on this plane of existence.
I think the only other thing would be looking at the map and just like thinking through the trajectory of where this thing is moving, so we can try to plan around that.
Oh, okay, sure. Actually, that's a really good fucking question. So I'll put you guys on this map. And I don't know, I've just marked things on here for reference. I assume that people who had information were marking the map.
Yeah.
Okay, so Wynni, give me a second, I gotta pull up a separate map. Go ahead and give me based on the trajectory of where it has gone so far and what has fallen, why don't you give me a survival check?
Okay. It's a 13.
Okay. So based on its trajectory, from where it has gone to where it is now, or at least the last you heard, you can say definitively that it is somewhere up here, because you were told that it was going around Mandalari, and it was heading for Stillwater. Now, based on where it has gone in the past, you don't know in what order, but you are pretty confident that it is going to be making its way around this island and clearing everything that it can. After that, considering this island has been essentially obliterated, there's a good possibility that it's going to head towards the whatchamacallit, the fucking hang on, what the hell is the name of that goddamn place? Thrall's Haven. That's your guess, but you don't know in what order, but you are confident because it's on this island, it's not going to just go swimming across the fucking ocean for shits and giggles. But after that, yeah, you're just not entirely sure, so.
Okay. And then, like, because I know we were kind of, like, estimating that we had 6 days before it was going to hit where the Grove was before and all that, would I be able to estimate, like, how long it would be till it got to this point? And so on?
With a 13, no. You're not really sure, like, how fast it's actually moving. But, I mean, with where you guys were, which were, I guess, to where the Grove was, again, the last estimate you had was, I think, between, like, 2 and 6 days or something like that?
Yeah.
So you are looking at between 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, you're still looking at somewhere between 2 and 6 days. Okay. Is what you would estimate.
It was 6 to 10.
6 to 10. There you go. You can now definitively say it's between 2 and 6.
Okay. All right. So I think, when you would just kind of be looking through it and sort of talking through it in the way that Kevin just did, and just say, based on how we contact people, we might need to reach out to Clan Ironhoof next and at least see if Grim is able to help, but if we can get some help, at least watching where it's at and getting reports, and then maybe aerial strike and support when we're ready to attack with all of our forces.
I think that is a good plan. Perhaps divide and conquer. We should focus on the undead armada and do what damage we can to it. Perhaps with Clan Ironhoof, and if we can get Thunderbeard as well. The Raging Waves are already planning on doing so. And perhaps other help as well that I can try and muster up.
Excellent. Okay, well then I guess our next reaching out will be Clan Ironhoof and Clan Thunderbeard. I don't have a contact at Clan Thunderbeard.
So our current plan would be then to after tomorrow to travel to Slag Motion Beak then?
It's as good a place to start as any.
I was like, Emic finished chewing.
In real life, I'm sorry.
No, it's all
It's
good,
okay.
man. It's all good.
We get it.
It's in and out of character. It's beautiful.
Slag Motion Beak would make sense, yes. We can meet directly with the Raging Waves, and I think that's where we start. From there, I'll probably try and meet with the priest and see if I can enlist the aid of my patron. And from there, if we're still alive, I suppose we can cross that bridge when we come to it.
We'll still be alive.
Where
Been a lot of.
you,
Go ahead.
where you go, I go.
My good scaled friend, there are places I will go I wouldn't wish on anybody.
It's not a matter of if, though. We might die, but we'll still make it there. We have. She just gestures to Ulrich. And. Fucking hells. A demon? Like it was nothing?
At this
I
point,
was-
I'm gonna pull the demon head out of my bag and kind of look at it.
I feel like when he would
All
scoot her chair
35 pounds of it.
It's pretty fucking disgusting, and it's had a couple of days to fester in there, so yeah, it's looking pretty gnarly.
Oh,
Also-
why is that here?
It was also flaccid.
Flaccid? I don't know if that's the term I would.
You said it deflated.
I did say it
so-
deflated, but why the fuck would you use the word flaccid?
Hold up. Hold the fuck up. All right, Lucy, listen, man. Let's use our words a little more judiciously next time, okay?
Sorry.
Ew.
Fucking flaccid. Oh my god. Okay.
What did I do wrong?
I thought Octavius would find it interesting. So if I ever
Yeah.
cross his path again,
Yeah, maybe just
Good
But-
trophy.
good trophy. Put it back in.
oh,
Sorry, I didn't realize it was flaccid.
Y'all got me fucked up. Are we done? Okay, we're done. Give me a second. I'm trying to figure some shit out for you guys.
And just backed out when she was done.
Okay, so just FYI, and this is for Bloodmane's, because he's the one who's been doing a lot of your guys' navigating, looking at where it was marked out from your patron, in pretty specific accuracy. Like, he actually had, like, or it had, like, zoomed you in kind of like these shadowy, you could see the flotilla kind of in a shadowy form. And then it did the same thing when it zoomed you up towards where the armada was. You could see kind of the ships like in the water, and you could see entities like making landfall. But I just had to do, because I actually have a scale on this map. We're looking at between 60 and 62 miles, land miles from Slag Motion Beak to the Raging Waves if you took a straight shot down the river and out to them. So it's not that far.
it's a long swim though, my friends.
I sure do miss that boat.
I do too.
Hey, that boat got you guys far.
It did.
It did.
Did till it didn't.
Would it be possible to see if our esteemed purveyor of magical items has found another one?
We could ask,
We
but
can sure ask, yeah.
worst case scenario, I mean, I have this cloak, which helps. I can shapeshift. I can make it so we can all breathe underwater. We'll figure out what we have to figure out.
So I have a I have an odd question. Because I'm not entirely sure if the memory is true or if it is another scene the hags decided to show me. Did you have brain worms installed to allow you to survive underwater?
Oh yeah.
That was so we could talk to the other underwater creatures, yes.
Why, do you want some?
No. Maybe. Would it help us survive?
Yes.
Yeah, for like 2 weeks.
Well, that gives 2 weeks of survival. That is more than we seem to have had guaranteed before. But, okay, if it's not that, I do not do particularly well in water.
We noticed.
Fucking
like,
savage.
She's running through the like doppelganger memories. Just fair.
You don't do that well in deserts either, to be honest.
I've never been to a desert.
Yeah.
No, you
There.
haven't. I can help with the breathing underwater part if that's your concern. I can 24 hours you can breathe underwater.
That is a large part of my concern. Also, would you be willing to take my gear into the bag of holding? I distinctly remember priceless artifacts sinking to the bottom of the ocean.
That's fine. But if the bag of holding sinks to the bottom of the ocean, then it's going to happen again.
The bag of holding is attached to you.
Yeah, so if I sink to the bottom of the ocean, then it's going
Then
to
you
happen
can turn
again.
into a manta thing.
If I'm conscious,
You are
yeah.
an arc druid. The dolphins You were recognized by dolphins?
I was, yeah.
It's odd to realize how much of that was genuine and how much of that was not a pain-induced hallucination. We have a plan.
Okay, so I'm going to hold Sybil's purse. We're going to go underwater. I can make everybody breathe underwater. Do you want to put it in now or just when we go into the water?
There is a long way to go until we are at the water. I would prefer to hold on to all of the things first.
Sure. So we can ask about a boat. We'll go talk to Rodicchio in a few.
All right. So
on next week's episode.
Yeah, I wish it was, but that's okay.
Sybil gets lost in a bog.
Next and after that is a marsh. We're gonna get all of them.
You know, it's funny. We started off in a marsh, which is hilarious. So yeah, we should just fucking hit all the biomes and see what happens. I think Bloodmane knows of a couple big mountains.
Just remember, if you get lost in the Feywild, it's a whole new story.
Oh, that's a fucking. We start a new campaign then. That's fun.
There is. That's one of the reasons I sat down. I did not move until I could follow someone that knew where they were going.
Yeah.
That's literally it. I'm not eating anything. I'm not moving. I'm not going and exploring. I'm parking it because I know the Fae stories.
Not killing monkey babies?
Yeah, that was what I stopped myself from saying earlier. The trees don't mind, but the monkeys might.
I saw that. Sybil. Yeah.
Terrible.
Also about the guard talk.
I think one night as a prank, I'm just gonna, like, when Sybil's sleeping, I'm just gonna hang a bunch of seaweed above her bed.
Rude.
That is rude, but I like it. Okay, guys, that's where we'll call it for today. Thank you very much. This was an amazingly productive day, and I am glad to see the shape of what I would call the third act of this campaign kind of coming to fruition now. Some things are really being laid out. I feel like you guys are starting to look and feel very strong and confident, and that's a really good place to be, I think, at this point in a campaign. So I did mark C-Whip on here just so you guys know. I know you would have put it on there anyways. So yeah, we'll leave it at that, and then we'll plan on when we come back, we'll kick it off with you guys going and talking to Rodicchio, and then we will fast forward our I won't mark it here as if we had taken a long rest yet, I will just do that next time and sake of brevity it, since we've kind of completed today, and then we'll just go at it. And then, and if I'm not mistaken, we have agreed that it's going to be Friday the 31st from 7 to 11. We're good with. Well, 7 to 11 Eastern, which would be 6 to 10. But Kurt, we know that you're going to be a little bit late because you've got work that night. So, I mean, we're not going to do anything totally fucking wild up until that point, so I'm sure. Okay, cool. And then we'll talk offline about it, but we'll just start getting our plans together for next month so we can kind of try to iron out any kinks that may pop up. And then, yeah, we'll keep hammering at it. I think, completed everything I needed to for the tail end of this campaign. I think I've covered just about everything I think you guys could possibly do. I mean, I spent the last literally 2 weeks, like, just fucking gushing over all sorts of shit. So we'll see what happens. If anybody needs me in the meantime, just shoot a message, and yeah, we'll see you guys on the 31st. All right, guys, we'll talk to you soon.
All right, see ya.
See y'all later.
Lucy,
Have a good one.
Lucy, you coming on tonight?
Maybe. I might just fall asleep and then not wake up in time. So
It's fine. No pressure.
If you're awake.
Yeah, it's not a big deal, honestly.
Yes.
Broccoli and cheddar
Talk to
always
some
makes
of you
it better.
That sounds
next
so good.
week if I make it back from work conference. in
You have
Vegas.
to make it back because someday.
Guys, we're gonna raid ties in.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna try. Tell the plane to not fall from the sky.
Oh, well, okay,
God.
Jesus Christ.
Well, I'm a head out.
On that note, as we're looking at a fucking international flight here in a week, okay,
yeah.
Bye, friends.
we'll see you guys soon. Bye-bye.
See ya.
All right, for those of you still hanging out here, guys, we're going to go ahead and raid our friend Tyzen, who is playing, looks like some Princess Peach Showtime. I have absolutely no idea what this game is, but Tyzen is a good and old friend of ours, so we are going to go send some love. Thank you for those of you who hung out to the end, and we will see you guys tonight. Nerdy Knots and I will be back playing some Star Wars Battlefront 2. If anybody's interested in playing, just pop on, and yep, we'll just go back to doing our thing. So, TAIZENLV. Here we go. See you guys.
Ooh. DM Xavier with the raid. Thank you so much for sharing your community with me, guys. Hello, hello, and welcome. Welcome. Welcome, DM Xavier. Welcome, Nerdy Knots. It's good to see you guys, and thank you for sharing your community with me. I'm Tyzen, if you don't know me, and I do a lot of Nintendo Switch and retro content, as well as some fan